SEAL Team 6, America's most secretive warriors. From hostage rescues to manhunts, here are 17 operations that shocked the world. Just after midnight on May 16, 2026, helicopters carrying a small joint force of American and Nigerian special operators moved into the Lake Chad Basin in northeastern Nigeria. Their target was Abu Bilal al-Minuki, one of the most important Islamic State-linked figures operating in West Africa. Reporting on the mission says the force, including members of SEAL Team 6, hit militant positions on small islands and fought for roughly 3 hours before an airstrike was called in on al-Minuki's compound. By the end of the operation, he was dead. That is the core of the raid, but the real story is bigger than one target and one night, because this was not just another counter-terror strike buried in a headline cycle. It was a sign that the United States had moved beyond quiet intelligence support in Nigeria and into a much more direct role. Earlier in 2026, Washington had already deployed troops and drones to support Nigerian operations. The May raid showed that this support had reached the point where American special operators were now part of offensive missions on the ground. And that is why the mission matters. Not just because SEAL Team 6 was reportedly involved, but because the raid showed how far U.S. involvement in Nigeria had already advanced. To understand why, you have to understand who Abu Bilal al-Minuki was. Public reporting describes him as a Nigerian national from Borno State who rose through the Boko Haram world before aligning with the Islamic State loyal faction that became ISWAP. Over time, he became much more than a local commander. Multiple files describe him as a major ISWAP figure with influence that reached beyond the Lake Chad Basin and into Islamic State's broader West African and even global structures. That is why his death got so much attention. This was not a strike on an anonymous field fighter. This was a strike on a figure presented by U.S. and Nigerian officials as one of the most senior Islamic State-linked leaders operating from Africa. That does not mean every public label attached to him should be accepted without caution. Some officials and headlines described him as ISIS's global second-in-command. Other analysis is more careful, tying him to the Islamic State's General Directorate of Provinces or to the Furqan office that connects ISWAP and Islamic State Sahel networks. The exact rank is less important than the broader point. He appears to have been a senior operational and administrative node inside one of the strongest Islamic State ecosystems left in the world. And that is what made him worth hunting. By 2026, ISWAP was not just another local insurgent faction, it had become one of the most active and resilient jihadist movements in Africa. The group is described as deeply rooted in the Lake Chad region, with experience surviving leadership losses, factional splits, and military pressure. That matters because it explains why a raid like this was never just about one man. It was about hitting a network through one of its most important organizers. There is another layer here too. The terrain itself tells you what kind of mission this was likely to be. The Lake Chad Basin is not a simple battlefield, it is broken ground, marshland, channels, islands, and isolated militant spaces that are difficult to monitor and even harder to hit quickly. If the reporting is accurate that the target area was on small islands, that helps explain why helicopters and a relatively small direct action force made sense. A fast insertion gives surprise, a small force can move faster. And in a terrain where delay can mean escape by water, brush, or hidden movement routes, speed matters as much as firepower. That is also why the timing matters. This was a night raid, and for a target like al-Minuki, night matters for 2 reasons. First, it maximizes surprise. Second, it limits movement and visibility in a region where militants know the terrain better than almost anyone else. The goal in a mission like this is not just to arrive, it is to arrive before the target understands the shape of the attack. That is especially important if the target is security conscious, cautious, and already living inside a protection bubble. One of the most interesting details is that the operation appears to have begun as a direct action attempt that may have left room for capture, but ended with an airstrike once surrender seemed unlikely. That detail gives the raid a very different feel from a pure standoff strike. It suggests this was not simply a drone finding a compound and firing from distance. It suggests a ground force closed in, fought, and then shifted to an air-delivered finish when the target could not be safely taken or pinned without greater risk. That alone makes the mission important because it means this was not only an intelligence story, it was a raid story, and if SEAL Team 6 was indeed part of the assault element, then this was another example of how America's highest-end direct action forces are used not only for hostage rescue or the most famous global raids, but also for tightly scoped partner force missions in places where terrain, target value, and timing make conventional options less attractive. But there is something even more important hiding behind the mission. The raid may have looked sudden from the outside, but operations like this do not come out of nowhere. A target like al-Minuki would have required intelligence development first, pattern of life, location confirmation, understanding of the islands, the routes, the militant presence, and the moment when he was fixed enough to hit. It was not just about firepower, it was about access. Someone had to know where to look, someone had to know when the target was present, someone had to know enough about the internal environment to make the strike window real. The helicopters and firefight are the visible part. The intelligence preparation is the part most people never see. By the time the helicopters came in over the Lake Chad Basin, the mission had already crossed the point where intelligence work turned into direct action. This was now a raid. The assault began just after midnight, when a small joint force of American and Nigerian special operators arrived by helicopter to hit militant positions on small islands in the basin. The force was reportedly around 24 men, and public reporting specifically says it included members of SEAL Team 6. That matters because it tells you the mission was not built around mass. It was built around speed, surprise, and precision, and the terrain helps explain why. The Lake Chad area is exactly the kind of place where a fast helicopter insertion makes more sense than a slower ground approach. Islands, waterways, reeds, marshy ground, and broken visibility make conventional movement harder and give defenders more chances to slip away if they get even a little warning. A force inserted at night by air can close that distance much faster and compress the target's decision time. That is probably one of the biggest tactical reasons this operation took the shape it did. The reporting also suggests the mission was aimed directly at al-Minuki himself, not just at a general militant camp. That is important because a raid against a named high-value target feels different from a broader punitive strike. It means the force was likely trying to isolate one specific individual inside a hostile zone and hold him in place long enough either to capture him or kill him. That is a very different problem from simply hitting a location from distance. It requires timing, target confirmation, and enough pressure on the ground to prevent escape. And then the fight stretched. According to the strongest reporting in your files, the firefight lasted about 3 hours. That detail matters more than it might seem at first. A quick breach and clear hit would suggest a target taken completely by surprise and overwhelmed fast. A 3-hour battle suggests something harder. Either the defenders were stronger than expected, the terrain slowed the assault, the target area was larger or more compartmented than simple headlines suggest, or the force was trying to keep options open instead of rushing straight to a destructive finish. Whatever the exact tactical sequence was, the duration tells you this was not just a 10-minute snatch operation with a clean exit. This was a sustained fight under real resistance. That shift tells you a lot. First, it suggests the assault force had enough control of the situation to make a deliberate transition instead of just breaking contact. Second, it suggests the target was still fixed closely enough that air power could be used decisively. Third, it shows the kind of layered mission design JSOC-style operations often rely on. Ground force first, air-delivered finish, if capture becomes unrealistic or too dangerous. That does not tell us every missing tactical detail. It does not tell us the exact helicopter types. It does not tell us the exact squadron involved inside DEVGRU. It does not tell us the exact rules of engagement inside the compound, but it does tell us the structure of the fight. A small joint assault force got close, fought long enough to pin the target area, and then finished the mission with an airstrike when surrender no longer looked plausible. That is enough to understand the broad shape of the raid without inventing details we do not have, and the mission did not end with al-Minuki alone. The files say several other ISWAP-linked figures were also killed in the operation, including people involved in operations and propaganda. That is important because it suggests the target area was not just a hideout for one man. It may also have been a command or coordination node, important enough that killing everyone inside would create a wider shock effect than just removing al-Minuki personally. That wider effect may have mattered just as much as the raid itself. One of the sources argues that ISWAP was already under internal strain before the operation. It describes tensions between foreign fighters and local leadership, growing distrust, loose talk, rivalries, and the erosion of internal security. It even argues that killing someone as cautious as al-Minuki would likely have required exploiting human weaknesses inside the group, rather than simply catching him through careless behavior. If that analysis is right, then the raid was not just a tactical success, it was the endpoint of a deeper intelligence penetration into a system that was already starting to crack from within. And that matters because it changes how you interpret the firefight. The visible part of the operation was the helicopters, the shooting, and the airstrike. The invisible part may have been the real breakthrough. The information that got the force there in the first place. That is one reason the mission stands out. It was not only a display of direct action capability, it was also a sign that the US-Nigerian partnership had reached the point where intelligence, access, local military cooperation, and American special operations capability could all be fused into one strike package. And then came the aftermath. The raid was followed by additional joint strikes over the next days. US and Nigerian forces kept pressure on ISWAP-linked targets, and Nigerian officials later claimed significantly larger militant losses across the broader offensive. That shows the operation against al-Minuki was not treated as a one-off trophy hit. It was used as the opening blow in a larger short-term campaign. Killing Abu Bilal al-Minuki was the visible success. The harder question is what it actually changed. In the short term, the answer is clear. The raid removed a senior ISWAP-linked figure, killed other important men around him, and signaled that the United States and Nigeria were now willing to carry out offensive operations together instead of stopping at intelligence support and training. That alone makes the mission important. It showed that a target in the Lake Chad Basin could now face not just Nigerian pressure, but a joint operation that combined American intelligence, special operations capability, and follow-on strikes. But in the longer term, things get less simple. One of the strongest analysis pieces warns that leader killings often have more symbolic impact than practical impact unless they are part of a sustained campaign. ISWAP and earlier Boko Haram factions have survived leadership deaths before. They have split, adapted, replaced commanders, and kept fighting. That means al-Minuki's death matters, but it does not automatically mean the organization is broken. That is probably the most important point to end on. This raid may have killed one of the most important ISIS-linked figures in West Africa. It did not end the war in one night. What it may have done is force ISWAP onto the back foot, shake its internal confidence, and expose just how vulnerable even a cautious senior leader can become when intelligence, local pressure, and direct action are fused together. Some suggest that the strike may have hit the group at a moment when internal distrust, rivalries, and foreign fighter tensions were already weakening its security from within. If that is true, then the raid mattered, not just because a commander died, but because it may have deepened fractures already growing inside the organization. There is also the bigger geopolitical side. This mission was a sign of deeper US involvement in Nigeria. Earlier support had already expanded through drones, troops, intelligence sharing, and advisory deployments. But this raid showed that the relationship had crossed into something more direct. American forces were no longer just helping from the side, they were now part of the fight on the ground, and that may be the real legacy of the operation, not just that SEAL Team 6 reportedly joined a night raid in Nigeria, but that this raid revealed a new phase in how the United States was willing to operate in West Africa. So the clearest way to understand the mission is this. A small joint force went in by a helicopter at night. They fought for hours on isolated ground in the Lake Chad Basin. They killed a senior ISWAP leader when capture no longer looked realistic. And in doing so, they showed that the war in northeastern Nigeria had become part of something larger than a local insurgency. That is what makes the raid matter. Not just the firefight, not just the target, but what the mission said about where the conflict was heading next. In May 2017, a nighttime raid near the Somali village of Bari looked, at least on paper, like the kind of operation the United States had been quietly supporting for years. Somali commandos would move against an al-Shabaab target. American personnel would assist, provide support, and help make the mission possible. It was not supposed to become one of the most important U.S. special operations stories in Somalia in the post-Black Hawk Down era. But once the mission began, that is exactly what it became. Because the fight that followed would leave a senior SEAL dead, wound other Americans, and remind Washington that Somalia was still an active battlefield, even if most of the public barely noticed. To understand why the raid happened, you have to understand the environment the United States was operating in at that point. By 2017, Somalia had been unstable for decades. The central government was weak, militant groups controlled territory in rural and semi-rural areas, and one organization in particular had become the main target of U.S. counterterrorism efforts, al-Shabaab. The group was not just another local militia. It was a hardened Islamist insurgent movement with ties to al-Qaeda, a long history of attacks inside Somalia, and the ability to strike government institutions, African Union forces, and civilian targets. Al-Shabaab had survived years of military pressure and adapted into a network that could hold ground in some areas while still carrying out asymmetric attacks elsewhere. That made it a persistent threat, not a temporary one. For the United States, Somalia had always been a politically sensitive theater. The shadow of 1993 still hung over everything. The Battle of Mogadishu and the deaths of American servicemen had left a lasting mark on how U.S. leaders thought about military involvement in the country. But even though the public memory of Somalia was tied to Black Hawk Down, the reality on the ground had changed over the years. The U.S. role in 2017 was not built around large formations or highly visible occupation. Instead, it centered on intelligence support, airstrikes, counter-terror operations, and the use of partner forces. Rather than dominating the battlefield directly, the United States was trying to help Somali units become more capable of targeting al-Shabaab themselves. One of the most important Somali units in that effort was DEVGRU, a U.S.-supported commando force trained for higher-end operations against militant targets. DEVGRU was intended to be faster, more aggressive, and more reliable than many other Somali formations. In public terms, this made joint raids easier to describe. The Somali force could be presented as the lead element, while American personnel were framed as assisting, advising, and enabling. That language mattered politically. It made U.S. involvement sound limited and controlled. But on the ground, the distinction could become very thin very quickly, especially if the target was dangerous and the resistance was stronger than expected. And in early 2017, the overall U.S. posture in Somalia was becoming more aggressive. April 2017 marked an expansion of U.S. authority for counter-terror operations in Somalia. That shift mattered. It suggested that Washington was willing to loosen some of the operational constraints that had previously limited how American forces pursued al-Shabaab. More freedom of action meant more raids, more strikes, and a greater willingness to hit targets before they could disperse. It also meant that U.S. Special Operations Forces could become more deeply involved in missions that publicly might still be described as partner force actions. That broader context is what set the stage for the raid near Bari, sometimes written as Barire in reporting, roughly 40 miles west of Mogadishu. The target was described in U.S. reporting as an al-Shabaab compound connected to militant activity and attacks on Somali and U.S.-linked interests. Other accounts suggested the site may also have been linked to al-Shabaab media or local command functions. Whatever its exact purpose, it was considered important enough to justify a nighttime operation involving Somali commandos and elite American support. Officially, the operation was framed as a joint raid in which Somali DEVGRU commandos would strike the target with U.S. support. But open-source reporting widely identified the American force involved as DEVGRU, better known as SEAL Team 6, with some sources pointing specifically to Silver Squadron, though the Pentagon never publicly confirmed that level of detail. If that reporting is accurate, then this was not just a routine advisory presence tagging along on a partner mission. It meant one of America's top-tier special mission units was close enough to the objective to become heavily involved if the raid went wrong, and that is the central tension of the whole story. On paper, the mission fit the familiar pattern of advise and assist counter-terror operations. In reality, missions like this were always balanced on a knife edge. If the partner force hit only light resistance, the Americans might remain in a supporting role, and the operation would pass with little notice. But if the target area turned into a real firefight, the U.S. operators nearby would not stay passive. They would fight. And once they fought, the mission would stop being a quiet support operation and start looking like direct American combat. That possibility is what gives the Bari raid its importance. It was a modern counter-terror mission built around all the language Washington liked to use: partnered, limited, support-focused. But beneath that language was something far more dangerous: a target in hostile territory, a militant network that knew the terrain, and a U.S. Special Operations presence capable of shifting instantly from support to direct action. That is why the mission matters historically. It was not just about one objective in one Somali village. It was about what American war in Somalia actually looked like by 2017. By the time the helicopters lifted off that night, the mission still seemed controlled. The target had been selected. The Somali partner force was in place. The Americans were there to support, but that careful description would not survive first contact, because once the raiding force reached the objective, the operation stopped being a simple joint hit. It became a fight. The force that moved on Bari that night was built around a structure the United States had been using more often in Somalia: a Somali partner force as the nominal lead, backed closely by elite American operators who could step in the moment the mission turned violent. On the Somali side were the DEVGRU commandos, the U.S.-trained unit designed for fast raids against al-Shabaab targets. On the American side identifies the U.S. element as DEVGRU's Silver Squadron. That matters, because it tells you immediately this was not just a routine advisory presence. Silver Squadron was there because the target was considered serious enough to justify one of America's highest-end special mission units being close to the objective. The mission itself fit the pattern Washington preferred to describe publicly. Somali forces would move on the target compound. The American role would be support aviation, planning, intelligence, and backup if needed. On paper, that language made the operation sound limited, but the presence of Silver Squadron changed what support really meant. These were not Americans sitting far away at a command post. They were close enough to the target that if resistance spiked, they would be in the fight almost immediately. That is the hidden reality behind many advise and assist missions. The distance between support and direct combat can be only a few seconds long. The target was a compound near Bari/Barir in Lower Shabelle, west of Mogadishu. U.S. reporting described it as an al-Shabaab site tied to militant activity and attacks, while other accounts linked it to senior militants and possibly al-Shabaab media operations. Either way, the objective was important enough to justify a night insertion rather than a simpler strike from the air. That alone tells you the mission was not just about destroying a building. It was likely about hitting people, recovering intelligence, and disrupting a functioning part of the network. The raiding force inserted by helicopter under cover of darkness. That detail is important because helicopter insertions are built around surprise. The whole point is to land close, move fast, and hit the target before defenders can organize. In an ideal version of the mission, Denab would close on the compound, American operators would support the action, and the force would be in and out before al-Shabaab could mount an effective response. The speed of the raid was supposed to be one of its main protections. But missions like this are always balanced on assumptions. Intelligence may say the target is lightly defended, a compound may look manageable from overhead imagery. The plan may assume the defenders will be surprised, disoriented, and unable to mass fire. If those assumptions hold, the raid stays controlled. If they do not, everything changes. A support mission becomes a firefight. A quick objective hit becomes close combat in darkness against a prepared enemy, and that is exactly the danger built into this kind of operation. Silver Squadron and Danab were moving toward an objective that looked, at least in planning, like a short, sharp strike, but once the force closed with the compound, they ran into much heavier resistance than expected. Instead of a quick collapse by the defenders, the raiders were met by intense fire from al-Shabaab fighters who were ready to fight at close range. That moment is what defines the mission. Up to then, it could still be described in clean terms: partnered raids, Somali lead, American support, limited objective. But once the shooting started, the labels mattered a lot less than the reality. The Americans were no longer just enabling the raid, they were in it. Silver Squadron operators were now fighting in the same close, violent conditions as the Somali commandos they had inserted with. This is also why the Bari raid deserves attention beyond the basic facts. It shows how modern special operations missions are often presented one way and experienced another. On the briefing slide, the operation may be categorized as advise and assist. In the field, once the first rounds come in, it becomes a direct action fight like any other. The enemy does not care about bureaucratic language. If American operators are on the ground, inside effective range, they are combatants. And on that night near Bari, that distinction became brutally clear, because within moments of the assault beginning, the firefight intensified, and one of the Americans in that fight, Senior Chief Kyle Milliken, was hit. Milliken's death was the first U.S. combat death in Somalia since 1993, which immediately turned what might have been a little-known partner force operation into a major event in the story of modern U.S. special operations. This is the point where the Bari raid becomes larger than one firefight. It exposed the reality of what American involvement in Somalia had become. Publicly, these missions were still described in the language of assistance and partnership. In practice, American special mission units were operating close enough to the objective that they could be pulled straight into a gun battle the moment the situation deteriorated. That is exactly what happened here. Once the resistance proved stronger than expected, the difference between supporting and fighting disappeared. The firefight itself appears to have been sharp, chaotic, and close. The raiding force had inserted at night, expecting to overwhelm the target with speed and surprise. Instead, they ran into defenders who were ready enough to pour effective fire back onto the assaulting force. In that kind of environment, everything compresses. Movement gets harder. Casualty evacuation becomes dangerous. Command decisions have to happen fast because the mission may have shifted from seizing an objective to surviving contact and getting the force back out. That is where a raid either holds together or unravels. It held together, but at a cost. Milliken's death became the central human loss of the operation. But the mission also mattered because it showed the level of risk the United States was willing to accept in Somalia by 2017. This was no longer just a remote counter-terror campaign carried out from the air. American operators were going in on the ground at night against hardened militant targets in conditions where the fight could turn deadly within seconds. The Bari raid made that visible in a way that policy language often tries to hide. After the firefight, U.S. aircraft reportedly supported the force as the operation transitioned into withdrawal and follow-on action. Al-Shabaab casualties were reported, though exact numbers varied depending on the source. That variation is normal in raids like this, especially in remote combat zones where immediate reporting is often incomplete or shaped by competing narratives. But the larger facts are clear. The mission hit its objective area, encountered severe resistance, lost an American senior chief, and forced the public and military alike to confront the fact that Somalia was still a real combat theater for U.S. Special Operations. The aftermath is what gives the raid its lasting weight. For the Special Operations community, Kyle Milliken's death was not just the loss of one operator. It was a reminder that even for the most elite units in the U.S. military, the margin between success and loss can be very thin. For the wider public, it was a rare glimpse into a war most Americans were barely aware was still being fought. And for policymakers, it underscored something they often prefer to describe more gently. Once you expand operational authority and place top-tier units close to dangerous objectives, those units are no longer just advisors. They are combat forces, whether or not the press release says so. That is why the Bari raid matters. Not because it was the biggest operation in Somalia, and not because it produced some dramatic public victory lap. It matters because it stripped away the softer language around modern counter-terror warfare and showed what was really happening. A US-backed Somali raid became a real firefight. A DEVGRU squadron went in alongside a partner force, a senior chief was killed, and the United States was reminded again that even limited missions can become deadly the moment the enemy decides to stand and fight. In February 2011, a small American sailing yacht in the Indian Ocean became the center of a crisis that would pull in one of the most secretive special operations units in the world. The boat was SY Quest. On board were 4 American civilians, Scott and Jean Adam, along with their friends Phyllis Mackay and Bob Riggle. They were experienced sailors on a long-range voyage, moving through waters that had already become notorious for Somali piracy. Then, off the coast of Oman, armed pirates intercepted the yacht and turned it into a hostage scene, drifting across open sea. What made Quest different was not just that Americans were on board, it was the kind of vessel involved. This was not a massive cargo ship with steel decks, long corridors, and room to maneuver. It was a small civilian yacht. Tight interior spaces, limited visibility, almost no separation between captors and hostages. Once pirates got control, any rescue would become a nightmare of timing, angles, and split-second decisions. That mattered immediately because in a space like that, if the captors sensed an assault too early, they could kill the hostages before any boarding force even reached them. The hijacking happened on February 18, 2011, roughly 190 to 240 nautical miles off Oman. Around 19 Somali pirates operating from a mothership boarded Quest and seized control. Their goal was familiar. They wanted to get the yacht back towards Somalia, likely Puntland, where negotiations could drag out under their terms and ransom pressure would shift in their favor. The 4 Americans were alive, but from that moment on, they were being carried toward a coastline where any clean recovery would become far harder. The United States reacted fast. A 4-ship naval response formed around the crisis. The aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, the cruiser USS Lady Gulf, and the destroyers USS Sterett and USS Bulkley moved into position and began shadowing the hijacked yacht. That force did more than watch. It boxed Quest in, tracked it, and tried to keep it from slipping into Somali waters. The ships brought surveillance, firepower, command and control, and boarding capability. They created the outer framework of the rescue problem. Inside that framework, another layer was already waiting. A boarding force from SEAL Team 6 Gold Squadron was positioned for the moment when negotiation might fail. For days, the Navy tried to keep the situation from collapsing. Negotiations opened by radio. Pirate representatives were brought to a U.S. warship for talks. Commanders explored ways to separate the pirates from the hostages or stop the yacht from reaching Somalia without setting off a massacre. This was the part most people forget when they look back at the story. The assault force was there, but it was not the first choice. The first choice was to keep 4 civilians alive. And that was becoming harder with every hour. The naval cordon prevented the pirates from moving freely. The pirates understood that. The Americans understood that. The longer the yacht remained trapped at sea, the more unstable the people holding the hostages were likely to become. A standoff like this is not static. Personalities harden. Fear rises. Different pirate factions start arguing. A decision made in anger or panic can change everything in seconds. That was the real tension hanging over Quest, not just whether the pirates wanted money, but whether they would stay disciplined long enough for negotiation to work. That is why Gold Squadron's role was so important even before the boarding. They were not some force called in after everything had already gone wrong. They were part of the response architecture from the start. The Navy created the box, negotiators tried to buy time inside it. Gold Squadron waited for the exact moment when talking would no longer be enough. In a hostage crisis like this, that is what a national mission unit is for. Not to dominate the story early, but to be ready when the story suddenly turns violent. By the final morning, that turn was close. Quest was still under pirate control. The U.S. ships were still shadowing it. Negotiations were still alive, at least on the surface, but commanders knew the crisis was narrowing toward a breaking point. Every mile closer to Somalia made the problem worse. Every hour at sea increased the risk that one wrong move, one internal argument, or one panicked gunman would end the hostage phase for good. Then the line finally snapped. A pirate aboard Quest fired a rocket-propelled grenade at USS Sterett. It missed, but almost immediately afterward, gunfire erupted from inside the yacht. In that instant, the boarding force launched in RHIBs, racing in from the U.S. ships under emergency conditions. This was not a long, carefully staged assault with hours to shape the target. It was a no-notice boarding against a small civilian vessel in open ocean after commanders believed the hostages were either being executed or the entire situation had just spun out of control. Gold Squadron was moving into one of the worst kinds of rescue environment possible. A tight, unstable yacht full of armed captors with hostages packed inside and no way to know exactly what was happening below deck. And that is what made the next moments so brutal. The SEALs came aboard fast, boarding from small boats and pushing onto the yacht in the middle of chaos. Accounts of the action describe an emergency entry that happened almost immediately after the RPG and gunfire. There was no time to pause, no time to build a cleaner assault picture, and no time to assume the hostages were still safe. The force had to move on raw urgency. That is what Gold Squadron was there for. They were not there to negotiate. They were there for the exact second when everyone knew talking was over. But by the time they got inside, the rescue was already slipping away. When the SEALs reached the interior of Quest, they found the 4 American hostages shot by their captors. At least one of them, Phyllis McKay, was reportedly still alive when U.S. personnel reached her. Medical aid started immediately. The wounded were evacuated as fast as possible, but the damage had already been done. Despite emergency treatment and rapid movement to higher-level care, all 4 Americans died. That is what makes the SY Quest story so different from the more familiar hostage rescues people associate with SEAL Team 6. Gold Squadron did what it had been sent there to do. They moved fast, they boarded under pressure, they cleared the yacht, they stopped the pirate threat, but they were forced into motion at the last possible moment after the pirates had already chosen violence inside a space too small and too compressed for anyone to control once the shooting began. The fight with the pirates did not end the second the SEALs hit the deck. During the boarding and immediate clearing, 4 pirates ended up dead. 2 were later described as already dead on the yacht, and 2 more were killed during the U.S. assault and close quarters fighting. 13 pirates were captured alive. Some surrendered as the yacht was cleared. Others were pulled out as the Americans took control of the vessel. No U.S. personnel were killed in the boarding. The tactical assault force won the fight on the yacht, but it won it too late to save the hostages. The newer accounts of the incident make the boarding feel even more violent and chaotic. One pirate reportedly came at the assault force in extremely close quarters during the scramble onto the yacht, forcing a hand-to-hand kill in the middle of the entry. That detail matters because it shows just how compressed the fight was. This was not a broad ship deck with long sight lines. It was a small sailboat where men were colliding almost on top of each other. In that kind of space, rifles, pistols, knives, bodies, and doorways all become part of the same fight in seconds, and that is why maritime hostage rescue is one of the hardest missions in special operations. On paper, the United States had everything around Quest: a carrier, escorts, surveillance, negotiators, presidential authorization, a national mission unit already in position. But on the yacht itself, the geometry of the problem still favored the captors. There is still disagreement over what happened in the final seconds before the boarding. The U.S. position has always been that the sequence began with the pirates firing the RPG at Sterett, followed by gunfire from inside the yacht, which triggered the boarding response. Pirate accounts later claimed U.S. fire came first and that the killings happened as retaliation. Those competing stories have never been fully resolved in public. But the mainstream reconstruction of the incident, and the one most closely tied to official command accounts and later prosecutions, points to the pirates turning the crisis lethal before the SEALs could physically get onto the boat. By the time the boarding was over, the tactical picture was clear. The yacht was under American control. The pirate threat on board had been broken. The surviving hijackers were prisoners, but the 4 hostages the mission existed to save were gone. That is the hard center of the story. Gold Squadron did not fail because it lacked speed or aggression. It was forced into an impossible geometry. At the moment, the captors decided to murder the Americans. The assault succeeded, the rescue did not, and that difference is what makes SY Quest one of the bleakest maritime hostage operations of the era. Once the yacht was secure, the mission changed again. It was no longer only a rescue scene, it became a crime scene, an intelligence scene, and the start of a much longer hunt for everyone connected to the hijacking. The cleanest way to understand it is this. Gold Squadron ended the fighting on the yacht. The FBI took over the case and turned it into a global manhunt and murder prosecution. Right after the boarding, the surviving pirates were taken into custody, and Quest itself became a floating crime scene. The FBI and NCIS began investigations immediately, while the surviving pirates were brought aboard USS Enterprise, and the yacht was taken in tow. The basic official aftermath is clear. 13 pirates survived the boarding. The FBI entered the case right away, and later, federal prosecutions led to life sentences. According to the FBI/HRT account, the Bureau's role after the assault broke into 3 phases. First, crime scene control. The FBI treated the yacht as evidence, not just wreckage. Agents stayed with the vessel, documented bodies, weapons, and the layout of the scene, and pushed to tow Quest back to Djibouti so an FBI evidence response team could process it properly. Even while the boat was under tow, the FBI was worried about chain of custody and whether anyone might get aboard and contaminate the scene. Second, building the U.S. prosecution. The transcript says the FBI flew evidence personnel in from New York, processed the yacht in Djibouti, and coordinated the transfer of the captured pirates back to the United States. It also describes an FBI SWAT team flying out to help move the captured pirates by military aircraft under a foreign transfer custody arrangement, with the prisoners chained to seats for transport back to the U.S. court system. Third, the hunt for the people who were not on the yacht. This is the part that makes the story much bigger. Investigators learned that the pirates at sea were only one layer of the operation. There were also land-based negotiators who handled the ransom side. One pirate on the yacht even gave a phone number for a negotiator in Somalia. That lead was handed over, and later intelligence work reportedly linked the number to a man identified as Shaiban, who was allegedly part of the criminal network behind the hijacking. What broke that case open was phone evidence. According to the transcript, another U.S. team operating nearby encountered the suspected negotiator, got access to his phone, and photographed the screens because they could not seize the device outright. Those photos reportedly showed searches and information tied to Quest, including efforts to determine the boat's value and support the negotiation process. The FBI account says those images became evidence used to build an indictment against the off-yacht negotiator, while the Bureau was already processing the boat and indicting the pirates captured at sea. After that, the hunt widened. The transcript says FBI HRT personnel stayed in theater and worked with military and intelligence partners on a plan to go into Somalia and arrest the negotiator. But by the time legal approval and planning were in place, he had moved. The same account says the trail then led to Zambia, which triggered more FBI travel and coordination through South Africa and embassy/legal channels before the suspect slipped again. Eventually, according to the same source, he was found back in Somalia and captured with partner force help, then turned over for U.S. prosecution. The key point is, the FBI did not just process the dead and interview the survivors. It turned the aftermath into a transnational case. The Bureau preserved the yacht as evidence, flew the captured pirates back for prosecution, and then kept hunting the network behind the hijacking until it could arrest the land-based negotiator too. That is why the aftermath matters so much. The boarding was the tactical climax, but the FBI side is what gave the story a second life. It changed the ending from pirates killed Americans at sea into the U.S. hunted the whole network, brought them into court, and put them away for life. An American F-15E went down over Iran, and within minutes the story split into 2 completely different outcomes. One crewman got out and was recovered, the other disappeared into the mountains. That is the real beginning of this story, not the rescue triumph people heard about later.
Tonight, U.S. officials confirming hundreds of soldiers from elite special operations units executed a daring nighttime mission deep inside Iran to rescue that missing officer after his fighter jet was shot down Thursday.
Not the special operations raid, just a wounded American airman alone behind enemy lines, somewhere in rough Iranian terrain, while both the United States and Iranian forces began trying to find him first. That is what turned a combat loss into one of the most dramatic search and rescue stories of the war. The aircraft at the center of it was an F-15E Strike Eagle, a 2-seat strike fighter. Multiple reports say it was shot down over southwestern or southern Iran on a Friday during the conflict. Both crew members ejected successfully, but the rescue on the ground did not unfold evenly. One man, the pilot, was recovered relatively quickly. The other, identified in the reporting as the weapons systems officer, was not. That difference is what changed the whole mission. Because once one man is safely out and the other is still missing, the problem is no longer just that an aircraft has been lost. The problem becomes much more urgent and much more human. Now, the United States is trying to prevent a wounded airman from being captured alive inside enemy territory. And according to the reporting, that is exactly what happened here. The missing crewman was said to have been injured during ejection and separated from the pilot in mountainous country. Later, public comments described him as seriously wounded, though alive. And the terrain mattered immediately. This was not a simple desert recovery. The reporting places the missing crewman in mountain country, and several accounts describe him moving uphill, climbing toward higher ground, and eventually hiding in rough terrain and crevices to avoid capture. One report says he climbed as much as 7,000 feet up a ridgeline and stayed out there for roughly 36 hours. That detail matters because it explains why the whole incident escalated so quickly. Once a wounded survivor ends up alone in mountains, every hour gets harder. Visibility drops, movement slows, search areas expand, rescue timelines stretch out. And if hostile forces are also looking for him, the terrain begins working for both concealment and danger at the same time. He was also not carrying much. Multiple reports say the missing airman was armed with only a handgun plus survival and communications gear. That tells you what kind of story this became. This was not a man preparing to fight a prolonged gun battle in the mountains. This was a man trying to stay alive, stay hidden, and stretch time. The reports frames his actions through SEER doctrine, survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, which is exactly the kind of training designed for this nightmare scenario. In other words, once the jet went down, his mission changed completely. He was no longer part of an air operation. He was now a wounded survivor trying to avoid detection long enough for his side to reach him first. That is what gives the story its real shape. The man the United States was trying to recover was not simply missing, as he was actively surviving. He was reportedly moving through hostile terrain, limiting how much he exposed himself, and trying not to hand his location to the people hunting for him. But every choice carried risk. Stay silent too long and rescuers may lose track of you. Signal too much and pursuers may close in faster. Move too hard while wounded and you could collapse before help arrives. Stay still and search teams might sweep over you. That tension is what makes the opening of this story so compelling. And the danger was not abstract. Reports describe an immediate U.S. effort to recover both men, and they also suggest that even the early rescue effort came under fire. One account says helicopters involved in the first rescue were hit but managed to escape. Other reporting references wider damage to rescue-related aircraft during the opening phase of operations. The exact details vary from outlet to outlet, so the safest reading is not that every tactical detail is perfectly confirmed, but that the broad picture is clear. Even reaching the first survivor was dangerous, and going back for the second would be even harder. That helps explain why the mission stopped being just an aviation story. Because once the Americans knew one man was still out there, Iran knew it too. Several reports say Iranian media or local channels offered a reward for information leading to the missing Americans' capture.
اهالی استان کهگیلویه و بویراحمد مردم عزیز و غیرتمند طبق اطلاعیه نیروی انتظامی کهگیلویه و بویراحمد اگر خلبان یا خلبانان دشمن را دستگیر و زنده تحویل نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی بدهید مژدگانی و پاداشی در خور به شما اهدا می شود.
Others describe armed locals, militias, or Iranian search elements combing the countryside and mountain routes. Whether the exact mix was regular military, Revolutionary Guard-affiliated elements, armed tribesmen, or local militia, the reporting points in the same direction. The missing airman was not hiding in empty wilderness. He was hiding in terrain that was filling with people who wanted to find him. That is the real weight of the opening phase. Before there was any dramatic rescue package entering Iran, there was just this. One wounded American, alone in mountain country, relying on training and luck while the search tightened around him. The United States had to locate him, confirm he was still free, and reach him before Iran did. Iran, meanwhile, had every reason to treat him as a prize. Not just a downed airman, but a captured American officer inside Iranian territory. So the best way to understand how this began is simple. An F-15E was shot down over Iran. Both crew members got out, one was rescued quickly, the other landed wounded and alone in the mountains, armed lightly, depending on survival training while hostile searchers moved to hunt him down. For more than a day, this was not yet a rescue success story. It was a race to stop a capture. At the same time, the search on the Iranian side was growing, so the Americans needed more than a location fix. They needed time. And this is where the intelligence side of the operation becomes as important as the tactical side. Multiple reports say the CIA ran a deception effort to make Iranian forces believe the missing airman had already been found somewhere else. Some versions describe fabricated radio traffic, others describe planted false intelligence, suggesting he had already been rescued and was being moved toward a different exfiltration route. The exact mechanics vary depending on the outlet, but the purpose is the same in all of them: pull Iranian searchers away from the real hiding place, create confusion, and buy enough time for the United States to organize the actual recovery. That is one of the most important truths in the whole story. The rescue was not built only with helicopters, commandos, and firepower. It was built with misdirection. If Iranian forces could be made to believe the American was already being moved somewhere else, then pressure on the real mountain position would ease, even if only briefly. And in a mission like this, even a brief easing of pressure can change everything. It can keep searchers out of the right valley for another hour. It can buy the survivor another stretch of darkness. It can give rescue planners enough time to stop reacting and start shaping the mission on their terms. At the same time, American air power was trying to hold space over him from above. Several of the uploaded reports describe MQ-9 Reaper drones orbiting over the missing airman's area while he remained in hiding. They say those drones, and in some accounts other aircraft as well, struck Iranian or militia elements that got too close to his position. The precise radius and exact trigger varies by source, but the overall picture stays the same. The missing airman was on the ground with very little, while the United States was trying to build an invisible shield over him from the sky. That creates one of the strongest images in the whole operation. A wounded airman is hiding somewhere on high ground or inside a mountain crevice. Above him, drones are circling. Somewhere else, intelligence officers are trying to work out which signals are real and which may be a trap, and all around that, Iranian searchers are moving through the same terrain trying to get there first. That is not just a rescue mission being prepared, it is a battlefield being compressed around one man. And the longer it went on, the narrower the margin became. The reporting suggests the crewman survived for more than a day, and in some versions for roughly 36 hours, while wounded and under pursuit pressure. That matters because it tells you what the Americans were buying with all of this deception, surveillance, and strike cover. They were not buying certainty, they were buying minutes, then hours, then one more chance. Enough time to narrow the location, enough time to keep searchers from reaching him, enough time to assemble a rescue package that could actually enter Iran and bring him out. So this is the real shape of what happened next. The missing airman stayed alive in the mountains. Iranian forces searched for him. The Americans searched for him too. And between those two hunts, U.S. intelligence and air power tried to distort the battlefield just enough to stop the search from ending in capture. False signals, decoy narratives, drones overhead, a wounded man on a ridge trying not to disappear before help arrived. And once the Americans believed they finally had his real location, the mission changed again. It was no longer about watching him survive from a distance. Now they had to go into Iran and get him out. And that is where the mission stopped being a search effort and became a raid. Once the Americans believed they finally had the airman's real location, the problem changed from finding him to extracting him from deep inside hostile territory. That final phase involved a large special operations package, a temporary forward strip inside Iran, air cover overhead, and a withdrawal that became far messier than the rescue itself. Multiple reports say the rescue force included SEAL Team 6, or DEVGRU, along with a much larger supporting special operations element. Some accounts describe over 100 commandos, others push the total closer to 200 once the full rescue architecture is included. However you count it, the basic point is the same. This was not a tiny pickup by a single helicopter. It was a large, layered recovery mission pushed into Iranian territory because the United States had decided the airmen could not be left there any longer, and the route in mattered almost as much as the target. The reporting says U.S. forces established a temporary airstrip or forward arming and refueling point inside Iran, using a rough strip or agricultural runway as the staging point for the recovery. That detail matters because it shows how deep and improvised the mission really was. This was not a neat border snatch from safe airspace. American aircraft were landing inside Iranian territory to create a launch point for the rescue itself, while other aircraft and drones held the perimeter from above. That is the point where the whole operation starts to feel less like a survival story and more like a moving combat system. There is the survivor in the mountains, there is the rescue force coming in, there is the airstrip being established, there are drones overhead, there are aircraft providing cover, and there are hostile search elements still out there, still trying to close the gap before the Americans can finish the job. That is what gives the final phase its weight. The rescue team is not entering a calm space. It is entering a battlefield the Americans have temporarily bent in their favor, but not fully controlled. The actual movement to the airman appears to have been fast once the rescue package was in place. The reporting says the commandos reached him in mountainous terrain after he had spent roughly a day and a half evading capture. Some accounts say he broke cover only in the final moments and made a move to link up with the rescue team. Others simply describe him being lifted from his hiding position and brought back toward the temporary strip. Either way, the important thing is not the cinematic detail, it is the fact that the Americans had managed to do the hardest part: get a rescue force into Iran, find the right man, and physically get hold of him before Iranian forces did. But that did not mean the mission was over. In some ways, the extraction became even more dangerous after the airman had been reached. Because getting to him was one problem, getting everyone back out of Iran was another. This is where the uploaded sources become especially vivid. Multiple reports say the withdrawal from the temporary strip did not go cleanly. 2 transport aircraft reportedly became stuck on the ground and could not take off. More aircraft had to be brought in. Some reporting also references helicopters lost or abandoned at the site. The exact mix varies across outlets, but the central fact is consistent: the rescue package was suddenly dealing with stranded aircraft on hostile soil while the clock was still running and Iranian or militia elements were still close enough to matter. That is what makes this feel like a genuinely high-risk special operations mission rather than just a successful extraction, because the mission did not end with the classic clean departure. It became a problem of improvisation under pressure. The reporting says additional aircraft had to be sent in to pick up the rescue force and the recovered airmen after the original plan broke down on the ground. It also says U.S. forces destroyed stranded aircraft and possibly other abandoned equipment rather than leave them intact for Iranian capture and exploitation. That detail matters because it is one of the clearest signs that the mission had entered the kind of ugly, practical endgame real operations often do. At that point, this is no longer about the elegance of the raid. It is about denying the enemy intelligence, getting your people out, and surviving the collapse of parts of your own plan. And all of this was still happening under threat. Some reports describe firefights or skirmishes with militias or local armed elements around the rescue area. Others emphasize that drones and air power were striking vehicles and hostile groups trying to approach either the mountain or the airstrip. Again, the exact tactical sequence differs depending on the source, but the larger picture is clear enough. The Americans were not withdrawing from a secure site. They were leaving under pressure and were still using force to keep the corridor open long enough to get clear. And yet, according to the uploaded reports, the operation succeeded in the way that mattered most. The airman was brought out alive. The rescue force got out, and the United States reportedly suffered no rescue force deaths during the mission, despite aircraft damage, abandoned equipment, and the need to destroy its own material on the ground. The recovered airman was then reportedly flown onward for medical treatment, with several accounts pointing to Kuwait as the next stop. That is why the operation has already been framed so dramatically in the coverage, not simply because Special Operations Forces entered Iran, but because the whole mission had to be built in layers. A wounded survivor staying alive in the mountains, ISR and deception buying time, a forward strip carved into hostile territory, an elite rescue force pushed in to make the pickup, and then an improvised withdrawal after the plan stopped being clean. That is what gives the story its power. It is not just that a man was rescued, it is that an entire American rescue architecture had to be assembled around one survivor, under real pressure, inside enemy territory, and then forced to adapt when even success started going wrong. So, the best way to understand the end of this story is simple. The United States found the airman, sent in Special Operations Forces to get him, they reached him, but then they still had to survive their own extraction, abandon and destroy aircraft, and get everyone out before the battlefield closed back in around them. That is why this rescue already feels larger than a normal recovery mission. It was not just daring because someone went back, it was daring because the United States had to build, protect, and then fight its way through an entire moving rescue operation deep inside Iran just to bring one wounded airman home. In the fall of 2011, 2 humanitarian workers were traveling across central Somalia on a mission that had nothing to do with war. Jessica Buchanan, an American aid worker from Ohio, and Paul Hagen Thisted, a Danish colleague, were part of a small team working on a dangerous but critical task: demining. For years, large areas of Somalia had remained contaminated by landmines left behind from earlier conflicts. These explosives continued to threaten civilians long after the fighting had ended. Buchanan and Thisted were working with a Danish aid organization to train local teams in mine clearance, hoping to make the countryside safer for ordinary people who simply wanted to farm, travel, and live without fear. On October 25, 2011, their mission took them near the town of Galkayo in Somalia's Mudug region. The area was unstable but not completely lawless. Aid organizations had operated there before, often relying on local agreements and the assumption that humanitarian workers were not primary targets. But Somalia in 2011 was fragmented and unpredictable. Criminal gangs, pirate networks, militias, and opportunistic kidnappers all operated within the same environment. For many of them, foreign aid workers represented something simple: ransom money. That morning, armed men intercepted Buchanan and Thisted's convoy. The kidnappers were not a large militant organization with a global agenda. Instead, they were believed to be local criminals who understood the value of Western hostages. Within minutes, the aid workers were seized and driven away from the road into the vast, harsh interior of central Somalia. The kidnappers moved quickly, knowing that time was their greatest advantage. Once hostages disappeared into the countryside, locating them again could take months, if it happened at all. For Buchanan and Thisted, captivity began immediately. They were taken deep into remote areas of Somalia, far from international presence and far from any immediate rescue. The kidnappers understood the leverage they had. Ransom demands soon followed. Negotiations began quietly through intermediaries, as is often the case in kidnapping situations. Governments, aid organizations, and negotiators typically attempt to resolve such cases without violence if possible. But Somalia presented a difficult challenge. The country had no unified government capable of enforcing law across the territory, and the region where the hostages were held was dominated by armed groups and criminal networks. Weeks turned into months. For Buchanan and Thisted, each day in captivity brought uncertainty. Conditions for hostages in such environments are often harsh and unpredictable. They were moved between locations, guarded by armed men who were motivated primarily by money. The kidnappers' strategy was straightforward: maintain control of the hostages, demand ransom, and avoid detection long enough to get paid. But the longer a hostage situation continues, the more pressure builds behind the scenes. Intelligence agencies begin to monitor communications, track potential locations, and piece together fragments of information. In Washington and across various intelligence organizations, analysts were trying to determine exactly where the hostages might be held. Somalia's terrain made this extremely difficult. Vast stretches of desert, isolated villages, and a lack of infrastructure meant that a small group could hide almost anywhere. During this time, another factor began to change the urgency of the situation. Jessica Buchanan's health started to deteriorate. Reports began circulating through diplomatic and intelligence channels that she was seriously ill. Hostage situations often involve waiting, negotiation, and patience, but illness changes the calculation. If a hostage's condition becomes critical, time is no longer a neutral factor. It becomes a threat. As the months passed, intelligence agencies continued searching for any reliable information about the hostage's location. Surveillance resources, regional contacts, and human intelligence sources all contributed pieces to the puzzle. Slowly, a clearer picture began to form. Analysts believed the captors were operating somewhere near the town of Kadado in central Somalia. It was still a rough estimate rather than a precise location, but it was enough to begin discussing options. For the United States government, a decision loomed. Hostage rescue operations are among the most complex and dangerous missions conducted by military forces. They require near-perfect timing, accurate intelligence, and a team capable of moving quickly in hostile territory. If something goes wrong, the consequences can be catastrophic, not only for the rescue team, but especially for the hostages themselves. Yet, doing nothing also carried risks. Buchanan's worsening medical condition meant that waiting for negotiations to succeed might no longer be viable. Intelligence suggested the hostages were still alive, but their situation could change at any moment. In these kinds of crises, decision-makers must weigh uncertain intelligence, operational risk, and the lives of innocent people. Behind closed doors, discussions began within the highest levels of the U.S. government. Intelligence briefings outlined the situation. Military planners evaluated potential rescue scenarios. Officials considered whether the United States had enough information to attempt a rescue deep inside Somalia, one of the most difficult environments for military operations in the world. Meanwhile, Buchanan and Thisted remained in captivity, unaware of the discussions unfolding thousands of miles away. For them, the days continued with little indication that anything might change. The kidnappers still believed they controlled the situation. From their perspective, the hostages were bargaining chips in a financial negotiation that would eventually lead to payment. But elsewhere, events were beginning to move in a different direction. After nearly 3 months in captivity, intelligence analysts believed they had finally identified the area where the hostages were being held. The information was still incomplete, but it was the most precise location data obtained since the kidnapping. Combined with the growing urgency surrounding Buchanan's health, the intelligence triggered a new phase of planning. If the United States was going to attempt a rescue, the mission would require one of the most capable special operations units in the world. The team would have to infiltrate deep into Somalia under cover of darkness, locate the hostages quickly, eliminate the captors, and extract before hostile forces could respond. That kind of mission required a very specific unit, and soon, that unit would be called upon. In Washington, the question was no longer whether a rescue was possible. The question was whether the President of the United States would authorize it. By January 2012, the hostage crisis involving Jessica Buchanan and Paul Thisted had become increasingly urgent. The two aid workers had been held in central Somalia for nearly 3 months after being kidnapped near the town of Galkayo in October 2011. During that time, their captors moved them between remote locations while ransom negotiations took place behind the scenes. But a new factor began to change the situation dramatically. Jessica Buchanan had become seriously ill. Reports reaching U.S. officials suggested her health was deteriorating rapidly. If her condition worsened further, she might not survive captivity much longer. For decision-makers in Washington, this changed the timeline completely. Waiting for negotiations to resolve the situation might no longer be possible. At the same time, intelligence agencies were working to locate the kidnappers. Somalia is an extremely difficult place to conduct surveillance. Large parts of the country are controlled by armed groups, and the landscape itself, vast desert and scattered villages, makes it easy for small groups to hide. Still, analysts slowly began piecing together information from multiple sources. By mid-January, intelligence suggested the hostages were being held somewhere near the town of Kadado in central Somalia. The location was not perfectly precise, but it was the best lead investigators had obtained since the kidnapping began. With that information, discussions inside the U.S. government shifted toward a possible rescue mission. Hostage rescue operations are among the most difficult missions any military force can attempt. Inside the Pentagon and the Joint Special Operations Command, planners began evaluating whether a rescue could be carried out deep inside Somalia. The area where the hostages were believed to be held was far from major U.S. bases and surrounded by armed groups. A large military operation would be impossible. Any mission would have to rely on speed, stealth, and a very small team. This type of operation fell directly within the capabilities of one particular unit, SEAL Team 6, also known as DEVGRU. SEAL Team 6 had been created to handle the most sensitive counterterrorism missions in the U.S. military. Its operators were trained for high-risk situations requiring rapid assault and precision under extreme pressure. If a rescue mission was approved, they would likely be the unit chosen to carry it out. But before any mission could begin, the final decision had to come from the President of the United States. President Barack Obama and his senior advisors reviewed the intelligence and the proposed rescue plan. Officials from the Department of Defense, intelligence agencies, and regional military commands presented the available information. They explained where the hostages were believed to be located and how a rescue operation might be conducted. Another key factor in the decision was Buchanan's illness. Medical reports indicated that waiting much longer could be fatal. The rescue window might be closing. At the same time, military planners began quietly preparing the forces that would be needed if the mission was approved. An assault element from SEAL Team 6 was assembled. Supporting aviation units were placed on standby, ready to insert the team and extract them once the hostages were secured. The plan relied heavily on surprise. Helicopters approaching the camp directly could alert the kidnappers from miles away. Instead, planners proposed inserting the rescue team from the air using parachutes. Operators would jump from a special operations aircraft at night, landing miles away from the target area. From there, they would move on foot toward the camp, locate the hostages, and launch a rapid assault. If everything went according to plan, the kidnappers would be neutralized, the hostages secured, and helicopters would extract the team before nearby fighters could respond. But the mission was extremely dangerous. Intelligence might be incomplete. The kidnappers could move the hostages at any time, and once the assault began, there would be no second chances. After reviewing the situation, President Obama approved the operation. The order was given. A team of SEAL Team 6 operators began preparing for a nighttime mission deep inside Somalia, one that would depend entirely on speed, surprise, and precision. Soon they would be jumping into the darkness. Once the order was given, the operation moved quickly. A rescue mission deep inside Somalia could not wait long once intelligence had identified a possible location for the hostages. Every additional hour increased the risk that the kidnappers might move the captives again. At night, high above the Somali countryside, the aircraft reached the planned insertion point. One by one, the operators exited the aircraft and descended toward the ground below. They landed miles away from the suspected location of the hostage camp. Once on the ground, the team regrouped and began moving toward the objective. The terrain of central Somalia is harsh and open, a landscape of dry earth, scattered brush, and isolated structures. Moving across it quietly requires careful navigation and discipline. The operators advanced slowly through the darkness, using the cover of night to remain undetected. Eventually, they reached visual range of the compound where the hostages were believed to be held. Intelligence had suggested the camp was guarded by several armed men. The operators observed the area briefly, confirming that the hostages were likely inside. At that point, the team moved into position for the assault. Hostage rescue operations are designed to be fast and decisive. Once the assault begins, there is no time for hesitation. The goal is to overwhelm the captors immediately before they have time to react or harm the hostages. As the operators approached the compound, the kidnappers detected movement and opened fire. The quiet approach instantly turned into a brief but intense firefight. The SEAL Team 6 operators responded immediately, engaging the armed captors and clearing the camp. Within moments, the kidnappers were neutralized. In total, 9 captors were killed during the assault. Despite the gunfire and chaos of the firefight, the operators quickly located Jessica Buchanan and Pole Thisted. Both hostages were alive. The operators secured them and confirmed that neither had been injured during the assault. After nearly 3 months in captivity, the 2 aid workers were finally free. But the mission was not over yet. The rescue team still needed to leave Somalia before additional fighters could respond. Nearby armed groups could arrive quickly if the firefight attracted attention. Speed remained essential. Once the hostages were secured, the team moved toward a nearby landing zone that had been planned during the mission briefing. Within minutes, helicopters arrived to extract the rescue force. Black Hawk helicopters, flown by Special Operations aviation crews, descended into the dark desert landing zone. The operators and the rescued hostages quickly boarded the aircraft, and the helicopters lifted off almost immediately. The aircraft then flew north toward Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti, the primary U.S. military base supporting operations in the region. There, medical personnel were waiting to treat Buchanan and Thisted after their long captivity. The entire assault on the compound had lasted only minutes. For Buchanan and Thisted, the mission ended 93 days of captivity. For the operators who carried it out, it was another example of the kind of precision operations conducted by the United States' most specialized military units. Later, officials confirmed the success of the operation publicly. President Barack Obama announced that U.S. Special Operations Forces had rescued the 2 hostages during a nighttime raid in Somalia. Both aid workers had survived, and no American personnel had been injured during the mission. The rescue demonstrated the reach and capability of modern Special Operations Forces. With accurate intelligence, rapid planning, and highly trained personnel, it was possible to conduct a precise mission deep inside hostile territory. For the operators involved, however, the mission followed a familiar pattern. Locate the target, move quietly into position, strike quickly, and leave before the situation could escalate. In this case, the result was simple: 2 hostages were brought home alive. Modern manhunts do not begin with helicopters, they begin with data. In 1998, the bombings of the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam reshaped American counterterror doctrine. Saleh Nabhan emerged from that attack network not as the architect, but as something arguably more durable, a facilitator. He was connective tissue, a liaison between East African cells and al-Qaeda's external leadership. When other figures were captured or killed, Nabhan drifted, he crossed borders, he embedded in Somalia, and he adapted. Somalia in the early 2000s was not simply unstable, it was structurally opaque. After the 1993 Battle of Mogadishu, U.S. ground presence evaporated. There were no permanent bases, no standing intelligence footprint capable of unilateral action. Any targeting inside Somalia required distance, patience, and interagency layering. By 2009, that layering had matured. The CIA had rebuilt limited access through regional partners. Signals intelligence platforms orbited along the Horn of Africa. Maritime patrol aircraft and ISR assets maintained persistent coverage along coastal corridors. This was not a continuous stare everywhere, it was a grid, rotational coverage designed to capture anomalies. Nabhan was not sitting in compounds broadcasting his presence. He moved in convoys, under al-Shabaab protection within rural corridors near Barawe. Mobility was his shield, but mobility creates pattern. Pattern creates vulnerability. The targeting cycle inside JSOC is built on convergence. One source never triggers a strike. Signals intercept alone is insufficient. Visual identification alone is insufficient. Human reporting alone is insufficient. When 3 streams intersect, the target moves from theoretical to executable. In 2009, that convergence occurred. An ISR platform operating along the Somali coastline began tracking a convoy exhibiting structured security posture. Disciplined spacing, controlled speed, armed overwatch within vehicles. This was not commercial traffic. The aircraft crew did not assume high value. They flagged it. Correlation began. Signals intercepts aligned with prior metadata associated with Nabhan's facilitation network. Movement patterns matched historical routes previously linked to al-Qaeda East Africa operatives. Identity was not declared. It was tested. This is where tactical patience matters. The aircraft maintained orbit. Relief platforms were staged to ensure no break in continuity. Once a potential HVT is identified in denied territory, coverage cannot lapse. If orbit breaks, the target dissolves back into civilian texture. The convoy continued moving through lightly populated coastal terrain. This detail shaped options. Dense urban grid equals high collateral probability and complex engagement geometry. Sparse rural corridor equals controlled intercept possibility. Back-channel communications moved upward. Identity confidence levels were reassessed. Nabhan had been on the radar for over a decade, linked to the embassy bombings and regional plotting. His removal would not just be symbolic, It would sever connective facilitation lines. Inside the operational chain, the question shifted from, is it him, to, can we fix him long enough to finish? The difference is tactical. A fixed target sits still. A moving convoy must be tracked in real time until strike assets are in range. JSOC doctrine under leaders like McRaven emphasized compression, shorten the kill chain, reduce decision latency, align ISR directly with assault capability. That doctrine now applied. The ISR aircraft transmitted live movement data. Speed, direction, terrain shifts, no erratic deviation, no sudden dispersal. That stability allowed planners to calculate an intercept window measured in minutes, not hours. Somalia's sovereignty dynamics complicated overt action. Missile strike was technically viable. An air-delivered munition could destroy the convoy instantly. But missile strikes introduce ambiguity. Was the right individual present? Was identification post-strike reliable? Was intelligence exploitation forfeited? Direct action allows certainty. It also introduces exposure. To insert operators into Al-Shabaab territory required maritime staging. No forward base existed inland. A U.S. naval platform offshore provided the only practical launch solution. That maritime geometry shaped the tactical plan. Flight path had to minimize radar detection, maximize surprise, and align with convoy movement vector. Time on ground had to be minimal to prevent militia mobilization. ISR aircraft maintained top cover. Its role expanded from identification to overwatch. It would monitor secondary roads, potential reinforcement routes, and terrain anomalies during the assault window. Airborne persistence is not glamorous, but tactically it is the backbone of the operation. Without overwatch, an intercept risks becoming encirclement. The SEAL element, widely reported in open sources as part of naval special warfare under JSOC authority, was alerted once confidence reached operational threshold. At this stage, the mission was no longer abstract targeting. It was an executable intercept problem. Moving convoy, hostile escorts, denied territory, maritime insertion, no sustained presence. The operators did not need a decade of background on Nabhan. They needed 4 pieces of information: location, threat expectation, objective, extraction route. Their task would not be a compound breach or extended clearance, it would be interdiction. The ISR aircraft tightened orbit radius as the convoy approached a stretch of open terrain with limited adjacent structures. Civilian density remained low. That factor elevated strike feasibility. Positive identification confidence increased. Signals correlation, visual confirmation, and movement consistency aligned. At this point, the target was not merely located, he was fixed. Fixing is a tactical state. It means the target's movement is predictable within the intercept window. It does not mean permanent control, it means temporary control, long enough for assault assets to close distance. In counter-terror operations, that temporary control is everything. The decision node activated, maritime platform notified, helicopter crews prepped, assault element configured for rapid insertion. The ISR aircraft continued feeding live data to ensure the convoy did not break formation or enter high-density terrain. If it had, the operation would have aborted. That is the tactical reality rarely discussed. The majority of potential strikes collapse because conditions degrade. This one did not. The convoy held course, the terrain held suitability, confidence held. Fix without finish is surveillance. Finish without authority is escalation. By the time the ISR aircraft confirmed that the convoy moving along the Somali coast likely carried Saleh Nabhan, the tactical problem had been solved. The political one had not. Nabhan was not a local militia commander. He was linked to the 1998 embassy bombings in East Africa and had remained active inside Al-Shabaab territory for years. Removing him meant crossing into sovereign airspace, conducting kinetic action inside hostile terrain, and potentially reigniting memories of 1993. The surveillance platform maintained continuous orbit. Relief coverage ensured zero lapse. Below, the convoy maintained structured spacing. Lead security vehicle, primary transport, confidence levels were high, but high confidence does not authorize action. Inside secure command channels, the chain moved upward. The targeting packet included signals correlation, visual confirmation, historical pattern match, and terrain assessment. The intercept window was viable: sparse civilian density, limited adjacent structures, manageable reinforcement radius. The recommendation was direct action. Missile strike remained an option, but remote munitions introduce ambiguity. Direct action ensures positive identification and physical confirmation. The decision reached the highest level. Presidential authorization was required. Operators offshore waited. Aircraft engines did not start yet. The ISR orbit did not tighten further to avoid signaling escalation. In these moments, time becomes elastic. A convoy continues moving, an aircraft continues watching, a naval platform continues holding positions. Approval would mean immediate compression, denial would mean orbit break and target lost. Authorization came. Execute. Offshore, the assault element, widely reported as SEAL Team 6 operating under JSOC authority, shifted from standby to launch posture. This was not a compound breach mission. It was a moving target interdiction inside al-Shabaab-controlled territory. The aircraft selected for insertion were MH-6 Little Birds, light, agile, designed for precision insertion in confined environments. Their small profile reduced acoustic and radar signature. Their speed compressed response time. Maritime staging allowed launch from international waters, minimizing diplomatic footprint and maximizing surprise vector. Final ISR update transmitted. Convoy speed constant, route unchanged, no merging civilian traffic. Terrain ahead remained favorable. Open scrub, minimal structures. The assault element configured for minimal ground time. Objective chain was simple. Block convoy mobility, neutralize armed resistance, confirm target identity, secure remains, extract, no secondary clearance, no expansion, time on ground measured in minutes. MH-6 Little Birds lifted from deck and flew low over water, minimizing early detection. Navigation aligned with convoy trajectory. ISR maintained overwatch, scanning feeder roads and nearby settlements for potential militia mobilization. If the convoy deviated into denser terrain, abort criteria would trigger. It did not. As the Little Birds crossed the shoreline, surprise window narrowed to seconds. Rotor noise would register only at final approach. The convoy continued unaware. ISR confirmed no additional vehicles within immediate intercept radius. Green light sustained. The Little Birds descended rapidly into blocking positions along the road. Their agility allowed precise placement, cutting forward momentum. Dust and rotor wash created momentary visual disruption. Convoy vehicles braked hard. Armed escorts attempted orientation. SEAL Team 6 operators moved immediately from aircraft, disciplined and direct. Initial engagement focused on hostile actors demonstrating armed resistance. Violence of action was decisive and contained. The objective was not firefight dominance, it was time compression. Within seconds, convoy mobility was neutralized, vehicles disabled. Security resistance degraded rapidly. Primary vehicle isolated. Positive identification required proximity. Operators moved to confirm identity through direct visual and biometric assessment. Saleh Nabhan was identified and neutralized. That confirmation distinguished this mission from remote strike. Certainty replaced probability. ISR aircraft widened scan arc to monitor reinforcement vectors. No rapid massing observed. No incoming technical vehicles within sprint distance. Extraction viability remained intact. Body secured for confirmation. Rapid exploitation conducted within time constraints. Limited search for materials directly accessible without prolonging exposure. This was not extended site exploitation, it was confirmation-focused interdiction. Ground presence remained under the threshold designed during planning. Little Birds lifted with assault element and secured remains. Dust settled along the road. From overhead, ISR confirmed no effective pursuit. Aircraft crossed back over water toward naval platform. Entire ground sequence measured in minutes. September 14th, 2009. The long-standing target linked to the East Africa Embassy bombings was removed. No prolonged firefight, no U.S. casualties publicly reported, no extended footprint inside Somalia. The contrast to 1993 was not accidental. It was architectural. Persistent ISR provided fix. Presidential approval provided authority. MH-6 Little Birds provided precision insertion. SEAL Team 6 provided decisive finish. Upon landing offshore, post-assault protocol initiated immediately. Identity reconfirmation, documentation, intelligence transfer. The ISR aircraft eventually broke orbit, its task complete. 11 years after the embassy bombings, the targeting cycle closed not through occupation, but through synchronization. Sky fixed, President approved, sea launched, SEALs finished. Extraction does not end a mission, it transitions it. When the MH-6 Little Birds crossed back over open water and touched down on the naval platform, the tactical phase ended. The strategic phase began. Inside the ship's secure spaces, identity confirmation procedures initiated immediately. Positive identification in the field is one layer, formal confirmation is another. Photographic comparison, biometric validation, cross-check with historical intelligence files. Saleh Nabhan, linked to the 1998 embassy bombings in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, was confirmed deceased. That confirmation mattered. For more than a decade, he had operated within facilitation networks across East Africa and Somalia. Removing him was not symbolic, it was structural. He functioned as connective tissue between regional militants and external planners. Eliminating connective tissue weakens coordination velocity inside terrorist networks. Intelligence materials recovered during the rapid exploitation phase were cataloged and transferred into the larger targeting architecture. Even limited exploitation can produce contact chains, phone numbers, device metadata, movement patterns. Under the JSOC model refined in the mid-2000s, a strike is not an endpoint, it is a data node. The faster that data re-enters the system, the faster subsequent targeting accelerates. Public acknowledgement followed. On September 14, 2009, U.S. authorities confirmed Nabhan had been killed in Somalia while traveling in an armed convoy. The specific unit was not officially named. However, the operational characteristics, maritime staging, helicopter insertion, short-duration ground presence, aligned with JSOC's direct action capabilities and were widely attributed in reporting to SEAL Team 6 operating under that authority. The tactical success metrics were clear. Target neutralized, positive identification secured, no extended firefight, no U.S. casualties publicly reported, no escalation into urban engagement, but strategic assessment requires broader lens. Somalia in 2009 remained unstable, fragmented, and sensitive to foreign intervention. The decision to use direct action rather than remote missile strike signaled preference for certainty over distance. It also signaled confidence in compressed insertion doctrine. The contrast to the 1993 Battle of Mogadishu was unavoidable, but operationally distinct. In 1993, U.S. forces became fixed inside dense urban terrain with extended exposure. In 2009, the architecture avoided density, avoided extended presence, and avoided logistical entanglement. That outcome was not luck, it was system design. Persistent ISR created fix, presidential authorization created legitimacy. Maritime staging created flexibility. MH6, Little Birds created precision insertion geometry. SEAL Team 6 created decisive ground control. Each layer compensated for Somalia's structural hostility. Beyond immediate operational metrics, the strike delivered strategic messaging. First, time does not shield high-value targets. Nabhan survived for 11 years after the embassy bombings, but duration did not equal immunity. Second, denied territory is not permanent sanctuary. Al-Shabaab-controlled zones provided concealment, but not invulnerability. Third, the U.S. targeting cycle had evolved. It no longer required forward operating bases deep inside contested cities. It required synchronization between sky, sea, and short-duration ground force. Intelligence communities evaluated second-order effects. Would removal destabilize local cells? Would retaliation attempts increase? Would propaganda framing distort civilian perception? These assessments accompany every targeted strike. But tactically, the execution demonstrated maturation of interagency compression. The ISR aircraft that initiated the fix eventually redeployed to its broader surveillance grid. Its role had been critical, but quiet. Without persistent orbit and correlation discipline, the convoy would have dissolved back into traffic. Airborne persistence is rarely celebrated, but it is foundational. Similarly, the assault element's ground time, measured in minutes, represented years of refinement in timing, aviation integration, and threat isolation. The mission did not attempt to solve Somalia. It solved a target. That distinction matters. Counterterror doctrine at this stage prioritized removal of network nodes over territorial control. Critics of targeted operations argue that removal does not eliminate ideology. Supporters argue that removal degrades operational capacity. Both perspectives operate at strategic altitude. At tactical altitude, the assessment is narrower. Was the target fixed, finished, and confirmed within acceptable risk parameters? In this case, yes. Internal after-action reviews would have examined timing, aircraft positioning, ISR relay latency, communication clarity, and abort threshold evaluation. Even successful missions undergo aggressive self-critique. That culture, described in broader JSOC evolution narratives, is what enables repetition without stagnation. The removal of Nabhan closed a chapter that began in 1998, but it did not close East Africa's militant ecosystem. It demonstrated reach, it demonstrated persistence, it demonstrated that presidential authorization could trigger rapid kinetic resolution within compressed timelines. It also reinforced a model: intelligence convergence, executive decision, maritime launch, precision insertion, immediate withdrawal, no prolonged footprint, no static vulnerability. In counter-terror operations, duration is often the enemy. The longer forces remain exposed, the more variables compound. This mission minimized duration. That minimization reduced escalation probability. When the naval platform adjusted course and the assault element reset for future contingencies, the targeting cycle did not pause. Other names remained on lists. Other convoys would move along other roads. The architecture remained active. Nabhan's removal was one solved equation within a larger system. From embassy bombings in 1998, the arc was long but deliberate. Intelligence layered, authority granted, aircraft launched, SEAL Team 6 executed, confirmation secured, extraction clean. Tactical compression achieved strategic closure, at least for one name. Most people think special operations begin with violence. They don't, they begin with silence. Long before Yakla was ever a headline, before debates and investigations and press briefings, it was a set of coordinates on a screen. A compound in Yemen's Al-Baida province, a cluster of structures surrounded by mountains and dry earth, remote, quiet, ordinary to anyone who had never looked at it through intelligence lenses. Inside classified rooms thousands of miles away, that compound meant something else. It meant a node. It meant a potential gateway into Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, a QAP, one of the most resilient jihadist branches operating outside Afghanistan. It meant data. hard drives, phones, names, connections. And when intelligence begins to converge on a location like that, a process starts moving. The process eventually leads to men who do not wear rank on their sleeves in public. The element widely attributed to that process on the ground in January 2017 was SEAL Team 6, specifically Gold Squadron. Gold Squadron is not a name you hear in official press conferences. It does not appear in Pentagon briefings. But within the architecture of Joint Special Operations Command, it represents something very specific. A Tier 1 assault element designed for missions where precision matters more than numbers and speed matters more than spectacle. They are not conventional infantry. They are not meant to occupy territory. They are inserted for narrow objectives, and then they disappear. Yakla was structured as one of those narrow objectives. The mission was not pitched as a dramatic takedown. It was not sold internally as a headline operation. It was designed as an intelligence exploitation raid. Go in, secure the target area, collect materials that could expose deeper networks, and extract before the environment could react. Modern counter-terror operations are built on this logic. You don't dismantle networks in a single strike. You pull threads. One compound leads to a courier. One courier leads to a financier. One device leads to another location. The violence, when it happens, is not the point. The information is. Gold Squadron understood that calculus. By early 2017, DEVGRU had spent more than a decade operating inside that system, refining it in Iraq, adapting it in Afghanistan, applying it in remote corners of the globe where networks hid in plain sight. Yakla fit the model. Planning for the raid had reportedly begun weeks earlier. Intelligence streams, signals, intercepts, overhead imagery, human reporting fed into assessments that the compound warranted action. Analysts evaluated patterns of life. Planners weighed resistance probabilities. Legal reviews were conducted. Risk was measured. Risk is never eliminated, it is managed. For Gold Squadron, preparation does not look dramatic. It looks repetitive. Rehearsals, contingency planning, briefings that strip a mission down to essentials. What is the objective? What are the known variables? What happens if insertion is compromised? What happens if resistance is stronger than expected? What is the extraction threshold? Tier 1 units plan backward from failure. They assume friction, they build around it. But friction in rural Yemen carries its own texture. Yakla was not an empty desert structure. It was a village compound inside a tribal region where family, militant, and civilian lines can blur. The terrain is layered stone buildings, narrow approaches, elevated firing positions carved into geography over generations. Even a well-studied objective contains unknowns. And intelligence is not prophecy. It is probability. Somewhere in that process, the decision was made. The intelligence value justified the risk. Gold Squadron would execute. The political context added weight. The raid occurred days into a new U.S. administration. Counter-terror authorities were being reviewed. Delegations were shifting. Although planning predated the transition, timing shapes perception. But politics do not ride in the aircraft. Operators do. For Gold Squadron, Yakla was another mission on a calendar defined by targets, not headlines. The focus narrows at that level. Not ideology, not public reaction, just task clarity, objective, timeline, extraction. In the hours before launch, the atmosphere would not have been cinematic. No speeches, no dramatic declarations. Tier 1 culture rejects theatrics. The emotional temperature drops, not rises. Focus replaces anticipation. Equipment checks are deliberate. Communications reviewed. Medical gear accounted for. Every man understands his role, not because of last-minute instructions, but because of repetition. Yakla was expected to be finite, in and out. Limited exposure, short duration. That expectation shapes posture, it shapes loadout decisions, it shapes pacing, it shapes mental framing. There is a difference between planning for a raid and planning for a battle. A raid assumes controlled violence. A battle assumes sustained violence. Yakla was categorized as the former. The insertion would take place at night, the hour when surprise is most likely to hold. Darkness is not concealment, but it is compression. It limits visual fields. It narrows engagements. It favors units trained to operate inside reduced visibility. Gold Squadron has spent years mastering that environment. But mastery does not equal immunity. The final brief would have reduced the mission to clean language, location, expected resistance, objective collection priorities. Every operator in that aircraft would have known the framework. What none of them could know, what no planner can ever guarantee, is how probability will collapse into reality once boots touch ground. There is a moment in every special operations mission before contact, a suspended second, where the world is still predictable. Yakla existed inside that second. A remote compound, a defined objective, a highly trained assault element, intelligence pointing in one direction, precision on paper, uncertainty in the dark. The first shots don't announce themselves. They interrupt. 1 second there is rotor wash and controlled movement. The next, the night breaks open. Yakla did not unfold the way it had been briefed. Almost immediately upon insertion, resistance erupted heavier, more immediate than expected. Not sporadic gunfire, not isolated contact, sustained engagement. In missions like this, surprise is oxygen. When surprise thins, everything accelerates. Gold Squadron had trained for that acceleration, but training does not mute the violence of it. Darkness compresses perception. Muzzle flashes replace silhouettes. Sound becomes disorienting sharp cracks of gunfire, shouted commands over radios, the mechanical rhythm of weapons returning fire. The objective shifts in an instant. It is no longer about clean sequencing, it is about survival and control. Secure sectors, identify threats, maintain spacing, don't lose cohesion. The plan fractures, but the structure remains because the structure is the unit. Gold Squadron is built around that principle. Selection filters for composure. Experience compounds it. Under fire, emotion narrows into task. But Yakla was not a single doorway or isolated building. It was a layered compound within a village environment, structures interwoven with terrain, elevated positions carved into the earth. The geography amplified resistance. Gunfire came from multiple directions. The raid became a firefight. Minutes stretch in ways clocks do not measure. What was expected to be a short-duration presence began to lengthen. Communications intensified. Air support was requested. The sky above the compound was no longer background, it became part of the equation. Inside the assault element, movement adjusted. Casualty calls began. Chief Special Warfare Operator Ryan Owens was hit. There is no cinematic pause in a moment like that. No dramatic silence. Just the immediate disciplined shift from forward pressure to protection and care. Teammates move instinctively, not out of panic, but out of repetition. Combat medicine begins under fire. The violence does not wait for it to finish. In these seconds, the emotional architecture of a unit is tested. Gold Squadron does not operate as individuals. It operates as an organism. Injury to one member reverberates through the whole, but the organism continues to function. The objective still exists. The threat still exists. The extraction clock is already running. Outside the immediate perimeter, the fight widened. Resistance did not collapse quickly. It persisted. Air assets engaged, explosions tore into defensive positions. The village terrain absorbed the shock waves and returned noise and echoes. Structures that had been coordinates on a screen became physical obstacles. Stone, wood, dust, and shadow. At one point during the engagement, an MV-22 aircraft experienced a hard landing. In a controlled environment, that is an incident. In a live firefight, it is another variable. The aircraft was later destroyed to prevent compromise. Each new complication layers weight onto decision-making. Do you press the objective? Do you prioritize extraction? How long do you hold? There is no perfect answer in the dark. There is only judgment. Gold Squadron's role in that moment narrowed to essentials. Maintain control, extract wounded, recover what intelligence could be secured, and leave no one behind. The firefight extended into hours, that matters. A raid planned for brevity becoming a prolonged engagement alters everything. Ammunition calculations, medical resources, exposure risk. The longer a small force remains inside contested terrain, the greater the probability of cascading complications. And yet, despite the escalation, the element did not fracture. That is the defining fact of Yakla's execution phase. The force absorbed casualties. It coordinated air support, it adapted movement under fire, it executed extraction. But violence in layered civilian environments carries consequence beyond the immediate threat. In the chaos of sustained firefight, distinctions blur. Later reports would cite civilian deaths. U.S. Central Command would acknowledge that civilian casualties likely occurred. Independent investigations would allege higher numbers. Inside the compound in those hours, such debates did not exist. There was only incoming fire, only movement, only the instinctive calculus of survival. When the extraction finally began, it was not the clean withdrawal of a short-duration raid. It was the departure of a unit that had fought longer than expected, carried its wounded, and lost one of its own. The rotors returned. Dust lifted. Gold Squadron lifted out of Yakla with more than what had been on the objective list. They carried intelligence materials, yes. They carried injured teammates, and they carried the weight of a mission that had expanded beyond its plan. There is a moment during extraction when noise drops slightly, when altitude creates distance from the ground. That moment is not relief, it is reckoning. Plans are tidy, reality is not. Yakla was no longer an intelligence exploitation raid. It was a battle that would be replayed in briefings, investigations, and headlines far from Yemen's mountains. For Gold Squadron, however, the measure was simpler. They had entered under fire. They had adapted under fire. They had extracted under fire. But the night did not end when the compound disappeared beneath them, because what happens after the firefight often shapes history more than the firefight itself. When the aircraft cleared the mountains, the gunfire was already fading into distance. But silence does not mean closure. Gold Squadron returned from Yakla carrying what every Tier 1 unit fears most, a fallen teammate. Chief Special Warfare Operator Ryan Owens did not make it home. Inside units like DEVGRU, loss is not abstract, it is personal. These are small teams built on repetition and proximity, training cycles, deployments, shared rooms, shared meals, shared risks. The loss of one member is not absorbed by numbers, it is felt by name. For Gold Squadron, Yakla did not end when the objective disappeared beneath rotor wash. It followed them back into debrief rooms, into quiet conversations, into the hollow space left by one less voice in the room. There are two wars after every raid. One is internal, the other is public. Internally, the process begins immediately. After-action reviews are not ceremonial, they are forensic. Every assumption is examined, every movement reconstructed, intelligence estimates compared to reality, resistance levels reassessed, timelines measured against friction. Tier 1 culture is relentlessly self-critical. Units like Gold Squadron survive because they interrogate their own decisions harder than anyone else ever will. Yakla would have been dissected at that level, not emotionally at first, but structurally. What did we miss? What did we anticipate correctly? Where did probability break down? How does this refine the next mission? That is the private war. The public one unfolded differently. Within days, Yakla was no longer simply an operation. It was a headline. Reports emerged of civilian casualties. U.S. Central Command later acknowledged that civilian deaths likely occurred, though numbers varied. Human rights organizations cited higher figures. Images circulated, narratives formed. In Washington, questions surfaced. Was the intelligence strong enough? Was the risk calculus sound? Was the mission rushed? Was it a success or a failure? The answers depended on perspective. From a tactical standpoint, Gold Squadron had adapted under intense resistance, extracted its wounded, and reportedly recovered intelligence materials. The unit did not collapse, it did not leave its fallen, it functioned under extreme friction. From a strategic standpoint, the mission was more complicated. The presence of civilian casualties, whether assessed at lower official figures or higher independent ones, reshaped perception. What had been framed as a precise intelligence exploitation raid now carried humanitarian and political weight. Modern special operations operate in this narrow corridor. They are deployed because they are precise. They are scrutinized because they are visible. Yakla became a reference point in debates about counterterror policy, delegation authority, and the risks inherent in high-value raids conducted in civilian-inhabited terrain. For Gold Squadron, those debates were distant. Operators do not decide the political frameworks they serve inside. They execute the mission they are given, within the rules and intelligence provided, but they live with the outcomes. There is a quiet detail in operations like this that rarely makes headlines. The return to base, the unloading of gear, the medical evacuations, the empty bunk, the moment when tempo stops and reflection begins. In units like Gold Squadron, grief does not look theatrical. It looks contained, structured, sometimes silent. It is processed in motion, through training, through the next task, through ceremony. Ryan Owens' death became part of the public narrative, a name read at ceremonies, a story told in news segments. For his teammates, it remained something more immediate. Yakla did not redefine DEVGRU, it did not halt JSOC's operational model, but it exposed the thin line these units operate on, where intelligence probability meets human unpredictability. It showed how quickly a controlled raid can widen into sustained battle, how rapidly precision can collide with terrain resistance and layered civilian presence. And it reinforced a truth that Tier 1 operators already understand. Even the best-prepared mission exists inside uncertainty. Yakla will be remembered differently depending on who tells it. Some will frame it as a necessary strike against a dangerous network. Some will frame it as an operation where civilian harm overshadowed gains. Some will focus on policy, some on politics. For Gold Squadron, it remains something simpler and heavier. A night when the plan fractured. A night when adaptation mattered. A night that cost them one of their own. The compound at Yakla is still there, stone and dust and silence. But the mission does not live in that terrain anymore. It lives in memory. And in the understanding that in modern counter-terror warfare, success and consequence often arrive in the same aircraft. In the years after 9/11, the map of global jihad was no longer centered only on Afghanistan and Pakistan. By the late 2000s, U.S. intelligence agencies were increasingly focused on two growing hubs of instability: Somalia and Yemen. On one side of the Gulf of Aden, Somalia had descended into prolonged conflict, creating space for militant organizations to expand. On the other side, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula was emerging as one of the most aggressive and externally focused branches of the Al-Qaeda network. Between those two theaters moved men, money, weapons, and ideas. Ahmed Abdulkadir Warsame grew up in Somalia during a period when war and extremism shaped daily life. Somalia's central government had collapsed in the early 1990s, and by the time Warsame came of age, Islamist factions and clan militias were competing for power. Out of that chaos rose Al-Shabaab, an insurgent group that pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda and sought to impose its own strict interpretation of Islamic law across the country. According to U.S. officials, Warsame became more than just a foot soldier within that environment. He was described as a facilitator, a coordinator, someone who allegedly helped link Al-Shabaab in Somalia with Al-Qaeda operatives in Yemen. That role placed him in a unique strategic position. He was not simply operating in one region. He was part of the connective network that allowed two militant organizations to cooperate across an international waterway. The Gulf of Aden is only a few hundred miles wide at its narrowest point. Fishing boats, cargo vessels, and small craft move across it daily. For years, that maritime corridor had been used by pirates and smugglers. Intelligence officials believed it was also being used by extremist networks to move personnel and maintain communication between East Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. Warsame was alleged to have played a role in that movement, facilitating training opportunities, coordinating communications, and maintaining links between leadership figures. U.S. authorities would later describe him as someone who possessed knowledge about operational planning and relationships between the two groups. In the world of counterterrorism, individuals who bridge organizations can be more valuable than those who merely fight on the front lines. Because eliminating a fighter removes one gun from the battlefield. Capturing a coordinator can expose an entire network. By 2010 and early 2011, American surveillance and intelligence capabilities in the region had significantly expanded. The United States maintained naval assets in and around the Gulf of Aden due to piracy concerns and ongoing counterterrorism operations. Signals intelligence, human sources, and regional monitoring allowed analysts to map relationships and track suspected facilitators moving between Somalia and Yemen. Warsame's name surfaced within that broader intelligence picture. Rather than being publicly known or widely reported at the time, his alleged activities were largely confined to classified assessments. But within counter-terror circles, the concern was less about public notoriety and more about operational value. If an individual possessed insight into cross-border coordination between Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, that intelligence could have implications far beyond East Africa. At the same time, U.S. counterterrorism strategy was evolving. The early years of the War on Terror were dominated by large-scale invasions and visible military campaigns. By the end of the decade, the focus had shifted toward targeted operations, high-precision missions aimed at specific individuals tied to extremist networks. Some targets were neutralized through airstrikes, others, when deemed more valuable alive, were prioritized for capture. That distinction required different capabilities. Maritime capture operations are among the most complex missions in modern special operations. Boarding a vessel in international waters demands coordination between naval forces, intelligence agencies, and specialized assault teams. There is no friendly territory, no urban infrastructure to control, and often no margin for error. The objective in such cases is typically speed, surprise, and containment. Within the U.S. military, the unit most closely associated with high-risk maritime counterterrorism missions is SEAL Team 6, officially known as the Naval Special Warfare Development Group. Formed in the aftermath of the failed 1980 hostage rescue attempt in Iran, the unit was built to handle the most sensitive and demanding counterterror missions. Over time, SEAL Team 6 developed specialized squadrons trained in direct action, intelligence exploitation, and maritime interdiction. Silver Squadron is one of those assault elements, composed of operators selected from the broader Navy SEAL community and further refined through advanced training in close-quarters combat, shipboarding, and high-value target capture. While much of their work remains classified, their mission set is broadly understood: counterterrorism operations requiring precision, discretion, and the ability to operate across land, sea, and air environments. By 2011, U.S. policymakers faced a strategic choice when dealing with figures like Warsame. An airstrike might remove a single individual, but it would destroy potential intelligence. A capture operation, though riskier, could provide insight into networks operating across multiple countries. That calculus reflected a broader shift in counterterror doctrine. The objective was no longer solely to disrupt, it was to dismantle. Doing so required understanding how regional groups communicated, financed operations, and shared expertise. Warsame's alleged position as a liaison between Somali and Yemeni extremists placed him within that framework. He was not publicly known as a battlefield commander. He was not delivering televised speeches. Instead, he was described as someone working in the shadows, facilitating connections that allowed geographically separate militant groups to cooperate. In modern asymmetric warfare, those connectors can be force multipliers. As intelligence agencies continued to monitor militant activity in the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, the Gulf of Aden remained a focal point. It was a natural bridge between two unstable regions. And for analysts studying extremist collaboration, it represented a physical manifestation of the network they were trying to map. By the spring of 2011, U.S. officials believed they had identified an opportunity to act. But before any operation could unfold, the broader context mattered. A Somali national accused of serving as a strategic link between al-Shabaab and al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, a maritime corridor known for illicit transit, and an American counterterrorism apparatus increasingly focused on precision capture missions rather than purely kinetic strikes. The stage was set long before any boarding occurred. What followed would reflect years of evolving strategy, intelligence collection, and the specialized capabilities of elite maritime counterterrorism forces. By April 2011, U.S. intelligence had tracked Ahmed Abdulkadir Warsame to a fishing vessel moving through the Gulf of Aden. The location mattered. The boat was transiting international waters between Yemen and Somalia, outside the territorial jurisdiction of either country, but well within a region heavily monitored by American naval assets. The United States had ships operating in the area for counter-piracy and counter-terrorism missions, giving planners both surveillance coverage and a launch platform. The decision was made to capture him at sea. A maritime interception requires coordination between intelligence agencies, naval command, and a specialized assault force. The objective was clear: board the vessel, secure Warsame alive, and prevent the destruction of any intelligence materials on board. Before the assault phase, surveillance would have confirmed positive identification. Maritime operations do not allow room for uncertainty. Analysts needed to verify that the correct vessel had been located and that the individual on board matched intelligence assessments. Naval forces operating in the region provided the necessary staging and support. The presence of U.S. warships in the Gulf of Aden meant the assault element could deploy rapidly once authorization was given. The approach had to be controlled and decisive. According to later accounts, Navy fast boats closed in on the fishing vessel. In open water, speed and surprise are critical. The longer a target has to react, the greater the chance of resistance or the destruction of documents and electronics. Maritime boarding teams trained to overwhelm a vessel quickly, establish dominance, and separate occupants within moments. Silver Squadron operators reportedly boarded the boat without a firefight. That detail is significant. A capture mission prioritizes control over chaos. The ideal outcome is immediate compliance. No gunfire, no injuries, no unnecessary escalation. In confined maritime spaces, stray rounds can ricochet, damage the vessel, or injure both operators and detainees. Once aboard, the team would have secured all individuals on deck and below, cleared compartments, and conducted a rapid search for weapons or communications equipment. On a small fishing vessel, space is limited. Movement is deliberate. Operators train extensively in shipboarding scenarios, practicing room-by-room clearing inside mock vessels designed to replicate tight passageways and low ceilings. Warsame was subdued and detained. With the primary target secured, attention would have shifted to intelligence exploitation. Laptops, cell phones, written notes, GPS devices, and any storage media become critical. Even small scraps of paper can contain contact numbers or coded references. A capture operation is as much about collecting material as it is about detaining a person. After the vessel was fully secured, Warsame and any associates were transferred to U.S. custody. Reports later indicated he was moved to the USS Boxer, an amphibious assault ship operating in the region. The decision to hold him at sea reflected both operational security and strategic calculation. Detaining a high-value suspect in international waters provided time for intelligence questioning while avoiding immediate diplomatic complications on land. The boarding itself lasted minutes. The strategic impact would unfold over months. Operations of this type demand rehearsals and precision timing. DEVGRU squadrons routinely train for maritime interdictions using fast boats and helicopter insertions, practicing both overt and covert approaches. Silver Squadron, like other assault squadrons within DEVGRU, is structured to deploy in small, highly disciplined teams capable of rapid dominance in close quarters. Unlike large-scale military assaults, this mission relied on a limited footprint. There were no battalions landing on a beach, no armored vehicles, just a small group of operators moving from naval support craft onto a fishing vessel in open water. International waters add another layer of complexity. The rules governing maritime operations differ from those on land. Commanders must consider legal frameworks, the vessel's registry, and the broader geopolitical environment. Conducting the interception cleanly and without casualties reduced the likelihood of diplomatic fallout. The absence of shots fired also underscored the professionalism of the assault team. Maritime capture missions are inherently dangerous. A suspect could attempt to scuttle the vessel, resist violently, or reach for a hidden weapon. Operators trained to neutralize those risks through speed, coordination, and overwhelming presence. Once transferred to the USS Boxer, Warsame entered military custody. For approximately 2 months, he was held aboard the ship. During that period, intelligence personnel questioned him before he was later provided Miranda warnings and transitioned into a federal prosecution pathway. That extended at-sea detention phase was unusual and drew attention when details later became public, but the defining moment of the operation remained the boarding. In the darkness of the Gulf of Aden, a fishing vessel moving between Somalia and Yemen was intercepted by U.S. naval forces. Silver Squadron operators from DEVGRU executed a maritime capture designed not for spectacle but for intelligence gain. The mission demonstrated a blend of naval presence, special operations precision, and strategic patience. It was not a large battle. There were no explosions lighting up the horizon. It was a controlled interdiction in international waters, a brief, decisive action aimed at removing a key facilitator from a transnational extremist network. After his capture at sea and weeks of detention aboard the USS Boxer, Ahmed Warsame was transferred to the Southern District of New York to face federal prosecution. What followed marked one of the clearest examples of the U.S. government blending military operations with the civilian justice system in a counterterrorism case. A federal grand jury returned a sealed indictment charging Warsame with 9 terrorism-related counts. The charges centered on his alleged support for 2 designated foreign terrorist organizations, Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. The first set of charges, counts 1 and 2, accused Warsame of conspiracy to provide and providing material support to Al-Shabaab from approximately 2007 through April 2011. The indictment alleged that this support included services, training, communications equipment, weapons, explosives, and personnel, and that the conspiracy resulted in the death of at least 1 person. Prosecutors stated that during this period, Warsame fought on behalf of Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Count 3 charged him with using, carrying, and possessing firearms and destructive devices in furtherance of those crimes. The indictment specifically referenced his alleged possession and use of an AK-47, machine guns, and destructive devices, as well as brokering weapons deals. Firearms charges under 18 U.S.C. Section 924C carry severe mandatory penalties, including mandatory minimum prison terms that must run consecutively to other sentences. The second major block of charges focused on AQAP. Counts 4 and 5 alleged conspiracy to provide and providing material support to AQAP between 2009 and April 2011. Prosecutors claimed he provided services, currency, training, communications equipment, and personnel to AQAP while knowing it was a designated terrorist organization. Counts 6 through 9 expanded the scope further. Count 6 again charged firearms offenses tied to AQAP activities, including possession of assault weapons, grenades, and ammunition in Yemen. Count 7 charged conspiracy to teach and demonstrate the making and use of explosives, including destructive devices. Counts 8 and 9 charged conspiracy to receive and receiving military-type training from Al-Shabaab and AQAP. The plea agreement later outlined the sentencing exposure tied to those charges. For the material support counts connected to Al-Shabaab, each carried a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. The firearms charges under Section 924C carried mandatory minimum terms of 30 years to run consecutively to other sentences and also carried maximum life terms. Additional counts related to material support for AQAP carried maximum penalties of 15 years per count, while the explosives conspiracy count carried up to 20 years. The military-type training counts carried maximum sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years. In total, the statutory maximum exposure across the counts was life imprisonment. In December 2011, Warsame entered into a plea agreement with federal prosecutors. As part of that agreement, he pleaded guilty to multiple terrorism-related charges and agreed to cooperate fully with the United States. The agreement required him to truthfully disclose information about his activities and the activities of others, provide documents and evidence, testify before grand juries or at trial if requested, and refrain from committing any further crimes. The plea agreement also contained strict provisions regarding the handling of foreign intelligence information. It specified that unauthorized disclosure could cause damage or irreparable injury to the United States and impose detailed obligations regarding confidentiality. In exchange for substantial assistance, prosecutors reserved the right to file a motion under Section 5K 1.1 of the sentencing guidelines, which could allow the court to impose a sentence below the otherwise applicable guideline range. Ultimately, Warsame was sentenced to 86 months in federal prison, just over 7 years. The sentence reflected credit for time already served, including his detention aboard the USS Boxer. The comparatively lower sentence, given the potential life exposure, underscored the weight federal prosecutors placed on his cooperation. The case demonstrated a significant strategic shift in U.S. counterterrorism policy. Rather than transferring him to Guantanamo Bay or prosecuting him in a military commission, the government chose the federal court system. The indictment, plea agreement, and sentencing proceedings were handled within the civilian judiciary, showing that high-value terrorism cases could be prosecuted successfully in federal court. By the time he was sentenced, the headlines had faded. There were no dramatic courtroom spectacles, but the legal record told a detailed story. Allegations of fighting in Somalia, receiving explosives training in Yemen, brokering weapons deals, and facilitating ties between two major extremist organizations, followed by a capture at sea, interrogation aboard a U.S. warship, and a negotiated plea that traded cooperation for a reduced sentence. From a military perspective, the boarding in the Gulf of Aden was the visible action. From a strategic standpoint, the courtroom outcome was the final phase of the operation, converting a maritime capture into intelligence gains and a federal conviction. The mission did not begin with aircraft launching or operators gearing up. It began in a small compound in southern Niger just before dawn, when 6 armed men crossed a border that barely existed in any meaningful sense. The line between Niger and Nigeria in that region was not guarded by walls or checkpoints. It was marked by habit, by footpaths, by roads that cut through farmland and scrub. The men who crossed it understood that they had done it before. They believed it bought them time. They arrived on motorcycles, loud and fast, not caring who heard them. This was not a professional military operation. There was no attempt to isolate the compound, no perimeter security, no escape and evasion plan beyond speed and intimidation. They demanded money. When they were offered $40, they made a decision that would seal their fate. They took the American, forced him onto the back of a motorcycle, and rode south into Nigeria. They did it in front of his wife and child, believing fear would buy silence. Instead, it triggered a response chain that moved faster than they could imagine. Within hours, the kidnapping was no longer a local crime. It was a national-level problem. The moment confirmation reached U.S. authorities that an American citizen had been taken by force, the situation shifted categories. This was no longer a consular issue, it was a hostage crisis. And hostage crises are governed by a different clock. That clock does not measure days, it measures risk. Every hour that passes increases the chance of movement. Every movement increases uncertainty. Every increase in uncertainty reduces the probability of a clean recovery. The longer a hostage is held, the more leverage kidnappers believe they have. The more leverage they believe they have, the more likely they are to escalate. That is the math every intelligence officer understands, and it was the math driving decisions from the very beginning. The first usable intelligence came from the kidnappers themselves. They called the hostage's family and demanded a ransom. That call was not just a threat, it was a signal. And the phone lit up networks, metadata, and location systems designed for exactly this kind of moment. Analysts did not need to know what was said, they needed to know where it came from. The signal placed the hostage somewhere in northwest Nigeria near the Sokoto region. Not precise, not final, but enough to narrow the problem from an entire continent to a specific operating area. More calls followed. Each one refined the picture. The pattern was clear. The kidnappers only used their phones at night. During the day, the signals went dark. That suggested a temporary hide site, a place with limited security, limited logistics, and limited patience. It suggested the hostage had not been transferred to a hardened criminal or insurgent network. That mattered. This was not a long-term detention plan. This was a short-term leverage attempt, and that meant the window for action was narrow. At the same time, planners faced constraints that could not be ignored. The hostage was now inside Nigeria. Any operation would require diplomatic approval, airspace access, and coordination with host nation authorities. That process can take weeks under normal circumstances. Here, it took hours. Approval was granted quietly, without publicity, because everyone involved understood the stakes. Delay would not reduce risk, it would multiply it. With that clearance in place, the mission shifted from intelligence collection to execution planning. The question was not whether to act, but how. Helicopter assault was the obvious option, but the terrain and distance complicated it. The target area was remote with limited infrastructure. Helicopter noise would carry for miles. Surprise would be lost long before operators reached the objective. That option was discarded early. The remaining option was riskier, slower, and far quieter. Parachute insertion. This was not chosen for drama, it was chosen because it preserved the one advantage that mattered above all others: surprise. A night parachute insertion allowed forces to enter Nigerian territory without alerting anyone on the ground. It allowed them to land miles away from the target and approach on foot. It allowed intelligence to remain intact up to the final moment. Once that decision was made, the choice of unit followed naturally. This was a unilateral hostage rescue mission with extreme time pressure, minimal margin for error, and political sensitivity. It required a force that trained specifically for this problem set. Naval Special Warfare Development Group was tasked to execute the assault. The size of the force reflected the uncertainty of the environment. This was not a small snatch and grab with guaranteed conditions. The assault element was roughly platoon-sized, large enough to dominate contact, small enough to remain discreet. Supporting aircraft launched from Europe covering thousands of miles to reach the staging area. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms were layered overhead, confirming that the hostage had not moved and that no additional fighters had arrived at the camp. Throughout this process, one assumption guided every decision. If the hostage was moved again, the mission might fail. The intelligence picture was strong but fragile. The camp was not permanent. The kidnappers were not disciplined. Any disruption could cause them to scatter, taking the hostage with them. That was why speed mattered more than perfection. The operators received their brief without ceremony. There were no motivational speeches, no dramatics. The maps were simple, the plan was direct: insert, move on foot, isolate the objective, eliminate threats, recover the hostage, and extract. The entire operation hinged on a few critical facts remaining true until the final moment. That reality hung over everything. The aircraft lifted off under strict emissions control. No lights, minimal communications. The flight was long and silent. Gear checks were done by feel. Weapons were secured. Parachutes were double-checked. There would be no rehearsal jumps, no second chances. The jump occurred in complete darkness. No moon, no visual horizon. Operators exited into black air, relying on instruments and training to keep them alive. Canopies opened silently. Landings were hard, uneven, and unforgiving. The ground was not friendly, but everyone was accounted for. That alone meant the mission could continue. On the ground, the force consolidated quickly. Parachutes were cached. Weapons were checked again. The direction of movement was confirmed. From that point forward, everything would be done on foot. 3 miles does not sound like much. Under load, at night, in hostile territory, it is a test of discipline. Movement was slow, noise was the enemy. Civilians were the wild card. A single barking dog could compromise the entire operation. As they moved, intelligence updates continued. The camp had not changed, the hostage was still there. No new signals, no movement. That confirmation was both reassuring and dangerous. It meant the plan was still valid. It also meant there was no margin left. If something went wrong now, there would be no time to reset. The force halted short of the objective area. Final checks were made, suppressors were mounted, night vision was adjusted, everyone knew what came next. There would be no negotiation and phase, no call-outs, no warnings. Hostage rescue does not allow escalation ladders. It demands immediate control. Somewhere ahead, the kidnappers believed they had time. They believed borders protected them. They believed distance mattered. They believed negotiations would begin. They were wrong. The assault element began its final movement toward the camp. The intelligence phase was over. The mission was about to turn kinetic. The assault did not begin with gunfire. It began with stillness. The element halted just outside the objective area and waited not for orders, but for confirmation that everything was exactly as intelligence had predicted. This pause was not hesitation. It was discipline. In hostage rescue, seconds spent rushing can cost lives, while seconds spent confirming can save them. Night vision revealed the camp clearly now. It was not fortified. There were no hardened structures, no visible perimeter, no early warning system beyond human attention. Small fires burned low. Figures moved casually, unaware that they were already surrounded. That matched the intelligence picture precisely. The ground force commander made the call without discussion. The assault would go immediately. No negotiation, no verbal challenge, no warning shots. Any attempt to communicate would give the kidnappers time they did not deserve and could not be allowed. The hostage was the only priority, and surprise was the only advantage that still existed. The element split smoothly into assault teams, each moving along pre-planned routes. One team oriented directly on the hostage location, another focused on immediate threats, a third established containment to prevent escape. This was not chaos, it was choreography refined through years of training. Every operator knew where to be and what to do without being told. There was no room for improvisation beyond what had already been planned. The first shots were suppressed and deliberate. The sound was sharp but brief, cutting through the night without the uncontrolled noise of automatic fire. The nearest kidnappers were neutralized before they could react. Those further away reached for weapons, but reaction time was no longer relevant. The assault force was already inside their decision cycle. Movement was fast, controlled, and directional. Operators did not spray rounds. They engaged specific threats and moved past them without pause. The firefight lasted seconds, not minutes. 6 kidnappers were killed. One was intentionally left alive, restrained before he fully understood what had happened. That decision was not emotional, it was procedural. Intelligence does not end when the shooting stops. Survivors provide answers. Dead men do not. While gunfire faded almost as quickly as it began, the hostage recovery team was already moving. They located him exactly where intelligence said he would be. Alive. Shocked, but not physically harmed. He was secured, positively identified, and physically shielded as the rest of the camp was cleared. No celebratory moment followed. No relief yet. Hostage rescue is not complete until extraction is complete. Silence returned to the camp unnaturally fast. That silence carried its own danger. Gunfire draws attention, but so does its sudden absence. Anyone nearby who heard the engagement would soon investigate. The clock restarted immediately, now measuring how long the assault force had before outside interference became a factor. The team conducted rapid site exploitation. Weapons were counted and secured. Phones were collected. Any material with intelligence value was taken. This was not about building a court case. It was about confirming there were no secondary threats and no surprises waiting beyond the immediate objective. The surviving kidnapper was separated and controlled. No questioning occurred on site. That would come later, under conditions that did not risk the mission. The ground force commander called for extraction as soon as accountability was confirmed. The assault element did not linger. They did not sweep wider terrain. The objective had been achieved, and staying longer would only increase risk without benefit. Hostage rescue doctrine prioritizes exit over exploitation once the hostage is secure. Aircraft moved immediately. The sound of rotors marked the most vulnerable phase of the operation. Helicopters draw attention. They announce presence, but timing mattered more than concealment now. The landing zone was established quickly. Operators moved with urgency but not panic. The hostage was loaded first, then the assault teams, then the detainee. There were no casualties to evacuate, no missing personnel to account for. That alone set this mission apart from many others. The aircraft lifted off without interference. No pursuit followed. No small arms fire trailed them. By the time anyone outside the camp understood what had happened, the Americans were already gone. The ground phase of the operation had lasted only minutes, but its outcome had been determined days earlier by intelligence, planning, and restraint. Inside the aircraft, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Weapons remained pointed outward. Scans continued. But the tension eased just enough to allow assessment. Medics evaluated the hostage. He was dehydrated, shaken, but stable. There were no visible injuries. That result justified every risk taken to reach him. The flight out crossed back into friendly airspace without incident. Coordination with diplomatic and host nation authorities proceeded quietly. There were no press statements, no immediate acknowledgement. That would come later. For the operators, the mission was already finished. Their role was complete the moment the hostage was safe. Behind the scenes, intelligence analysts were already working. Phones seized from the camp were examined. The surviving kidnapper was transferred to appropriate authorities. The broader network behind the kidnapping began to take shape. This was no organized insurgent cell. It was a criminal group that believed geography and anonymity would protect them. That belief had cost 6 of them their lives. When the rescue was announced publicly, the details were sparse. Officials confirmed success without elaboration. They thanked partners without naming units. That was deliberate. The mission was not meant to send a message through words. It sent its message through action. For the assault force, there was no ceremony, no immediate recognition. Gear was cleaned, equipment was turned in, operators prepared for whatever tasking would come next. That is how these missions end, quietly, without closure. But the consequences extended far beyond the aircraft that carried them away. Across the region, armed groups took note, not because of official statements, but because stories travel fast where authority is informal and memory is long. 6 men did not return. 1 did, and an American was gone from captivity in days, not months. The mission reinforced a reality that does not change with geography. Borders do not guarantee safety. Distance does not delay response, and time does not belong to those who take hostages. By the time the sun rose over the area where the camp had stood, the mission was already history. No trace remained but disturbed ground and unanswered questions. The clock that had begun with the kidnapping had stopped just as abruptly. And for the men who executed the operation, it was already over. The mission did not end when the aircraft crossed out of Nigerian airspace. It ended when the consequences were fully understood. That process began immediately, quietly, and without ceremony. Intelligence officers reviewed every detail while it was still fresh. Communications were replayed, sensor feeds were examined, timelines were reconstructed minute by minute. The goal was not celebration, it was confirmation that nothing had been missed and that no secondary threat remained. The surviving kidnapper was transferred into custody under host nation authority. He was no longer a tactical concern. He was now an intelligence problem. Who he knew, who funded the operation, and whether others were involved mattered more than punishment. The answers would shape future decisions, not only in Nigeria but across the region. Criminal networks do not exist in isolation. They overlap, fragment, and reform. Understanding that structure mattered. Philip Walton was moved under diplomatic protection. Medical evaluations confirmed what the operators already knew. He was shaken, but unharmed. There were no long negotiations to manage, no prolonged recovery process from captivity. The difference between days and months mattered. It always does. The shorter a hostage's captivity, the fewer variables enter the equation. That was the outcome intelligence planners hoped for and rarely get. Public acknowledgement followed quickly, but carefully. The president confirmed the rescue. Official statements thanked U.S. forces and international partners. No unit names were mentioned. No tactics were described. This was not secrecy for its own sake, it was discipline. The mission had achieved its objective. There was no need to expose methods or people to satisfy curiosity. Behind those statements was a harder assessment. The operation succeeded because of speed and restraint. The intelligence picture held long enough to act. Diplomatic coordination moved faster than usual. Decision-makers accepted risk instead of waiting for perfect certainty. Every one of those factors mattered. Remove any of them, and the outcome could have changed. The mission also underscored an uncomfortable reality. The environment that allowed the kidnapping still existed: remote terrain, weak governance, criminal groups operating with minimal consequence. The rescue did not fix that. It was not meant to. Special operations missions solve immediate problems. They do not eliminate underlying conditions. That distinction is often lost in public discussion. For the assault force, the mission blended into others that came before and would come after. There was no defining moment to mark its end. Equipment was serviced, lessons were recorded, personnel returned to readiness status. That cycle never stops. There is always another contingency, another potential tasking, another crisis that may require immediate action. What remained was the message, delivered without words. Taking an American hostage did not lead to negotiation. It led to action. Not days later, not weeks later, immediately. That message traveled faster than any official statement ever could. It was absorbed by criminal networks and armed groups who understood the implication clearly. The operation also reinforced the importance of groundwork that never appears in headlines. Intelligence collection, regional familiarity, diplomatic relationships built quietly over years, airlift capability positioned far from public view. None of that materialized overnight. The rescue looked sudden only because its foundation was invisible. There was no illusion inside the community that this mission represented a turning point. It was not a declaration, it was not a warning shot, it was a response. One that fit within a broader pattern of how these situations are handled when time, intelligence, and authority align. The kidnappers had believed borders mattered, they had believed isolation provided safety, they had believed they controlled the timeline. They were wrong on all three counts. Those beliefs collapsed in minutes, not because of overwhelming force, but because the response was precise and timely. As attention shifted elsewhere and the news cycle moved on, the location returned to obscurity. The camp disappeared. Life resumed. But the absence of public memory did not mean the mission lacked significance. For those involved, it reinforced a fundamental principle that governs hostage rescue at the highest level. There is no pause button. When an American is taken, the clock starts. And when that clock runs out, The response is not theoretical. It is physical. It arrives quietly. It acts decisively. And when it leaves, there is little left to explain. That is how the mission ended. Before Jessica Lynch became a household name,
19-year-old Army Private Jessica Lynch was rescued in a secret operation from a hospital in Nasiriyah. Also found at the hospital were 11 bodies. Central Command could not say if they were the bodies of Americans.
she was just another young soldier among thousands deployed to Iraq in 2003. She wasn't a Navy SEAL. She wasn't a combat arms soldier. She wasn't carrying a rifle into enemy compounds. She was a 19-year-old private first class in the U.S. Army's 507th Maintenance Company, a logistics unit, not a frontline force. Her job? To help support the machines of war to keep the Army moving, but war doesn't always follow neat lines. In March 2003, as U.S. and coalition forces surged across the desert toward Baghdad, the 507th was part of a convoy pushing through southern Iraq. They weren't combat ready. Many were unfamiliar with the terrain. They were relying on outdated maps, unclear instructions, and limited real-time intel. And then, in Nasiriyah, things fell apart. The convoy took a wrong turn and drove straight into enemy-controlled territory. Urban terrain, tight streets, and no air cover. Suddenly, the support unit was fighting for survival. They were ambushed by Iraqi forces. It was brutal. Soldiers were killed, vehicles disabled, some tried to flee, others were captured. Among the survivors was Jessica Lynch. Her Humvee crashed. She suffered multiple fractures, including a spinal injury. She was unconscious when Iraqi forces found her and took her to a local hospital. That's where her ordeal truly began. But let's be clear, Jessica was not tortured. She wasn't interrogated by intelligence services or paraded through the streets. Iraqi doctors later stated they tried to protect her. Some even claimed they moved her from room to room, away from Saddam loyalists and military presence. She was injured. She was a prisoner. But she wasn't a propaganda pawn. Still, she was in enemy hands. And that fact alone changed everything. The U.S. military does not tolerate one of its own being held behind enemy lines, especially not during a major ground campaign, especially not with American cameras rolling back home. The intelligence began to trickle in. Reports surfaced of a wounded female soldier at a hospital in Nasiriyah. CIA officers and U.S. Special Operations Forces operating in the area started cross-referencing signals, speaking to local informants, analyzing movements around the hospital. Human intelligence painted a murky picture. Was it a trap? Was the hospital a staging point for militia? Were Iraqi Fedayeen operating nearby? It didn't matter. There was an American soldier in enemy hands, and the Pentagon wanted her back. Enter Joint Special Operations Command. This was now a Tier 1 mission. Planning was handed off to Task Force 20, a joint team made up of the most elite units in the U.S. military. At the heart of it was SEAL Team 6 DEVGRU's Gold Squadron, one of the most experienced direct action teams in the world. Backed by Night Stalkers from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment and elements from the Army's 75th Ranger Regiment, the team began shaping what would become the first successful POW rescue mission since World War II. And they had to do it fast. Intelligence could shift by the hour. The target was in a densely populated area, deep inside hostile territory. Every minute she stayed there increased the risk that she could be moved, hidden, or worse, used as leverage in Saddam's propaganda war. The task force began mission planning under maximum secrecy. The hospital was mapped using overhead imagery and on-the-ground recon. Local sources were cultivated. CIA officers in civilian disguise moved through the city, gathering floor plans and behavioral patterns. They confirmed she was being held on the second floor, heavily injured, guarded by a mix of regular troops and paramilitary forces. The building itself was complex, multi-level, surrounded by tight urban sprawl with unknown internal architecture. This wasn't a remote compound. This was a populated hospital, which meant a full-blown firefight could lead to civilian casualties, political blowback, and risk to the hostage. Still, the mission parameters were clear. Recover Jessica Lynch, minimize risk to the hostage, avoid unnecessary civilian harm, and get in and out fast. The assault force trained in secret at a forward staging site. They built mock-ups of the hospital based on available intel and practiced dry runs, night insertions, interior movement, surgical breaching, casualty extraction. DEVGRU Gold Squadron, already operating in the theater, was selected as the primary assault team. They were to move in under the cover of darkness, insert directly at the hospital, clear it floor by floor, and recover the hostage. The 160th SOAR would provide aviation support, fast, low, and accurate. MH-60 Blackhawks and MH-6 Little Birds were configured for quick insertion and casualty exfiltration. The Night Stalkers would deliver the teams under the radar, threading through urban terrain in total darkness. Meanwhile, a perimeter was to be secured by Ranger elements, who would establish blocking positions and cover routes in and out. They would neutralize any external threat and allow the assault team to focus on the objective. The planners knew the risks. They knew Iraqi troops could be embedded in nearby buildings. They knew that booby traps, reinforcements, or last-minute surprises could endanger the entire operation. But they also knew what was at stake: morale, strategic messaging, and most importantly, bringing one of their own home. The green light came fast. Operation execution was scheduled for the night of April 1st, 2003. DEVGRU teams were briefed, gear was checked, helicopters were spun up, comms were secured. They weren't just going in for one soldier, they were going in as a signal to the world, to the enemy, and to every U.S. service member deployed in Iraq. America would not leave its people behind, and the men tasked with proving that, they were already in the air, racing through the night blades, slicing the dark, weapons locked, eyes forward. They were going to bring her home. April 1st, 2003, just after midnight. Gold Squadron moved with speed and efficiency. Flashbangs disoriented any opposition in the hallways. Operators cleared floors with discipline and silence. There were no wild exchanges of gunfire. The rules of engagement were strict. Minimize harm, avoid civilian casualties, extract the objective. They weren't there to destroy the hospital, they were there to bring Jessica home. The SEALs moved directly toward the objective. Intelligence had pinpointed her location: a ground floor room, southwest corner, behind a double-door hallway. As operators approached, 2 armed guards outside the room were neutralized in seconds. Inside, they found Jessica Lynch. She was lying in a hospital bed, immobilized. Her body had suffered fractures to her legs, spinal compression, and internal damage from the vehicle crash during the ambush days earlier. Her M16 had jammed during the firefight. She'd never fired a round before being taken prisoner. She was alert, but physically broken. A SEAL team medic conducted a rapid trauma assessment. She was stabilized and carefully secured to a litter for evacuation. They moved her with caution, aware of her spinal injuries. Meanwhile, other elements of Gold Squadron continued clearing the hospital. They encountered no resistance from medical staff. In one room, operators discovered the remains of several fallen American soldiers hidden and wrapped. They would be recovered along with Lynch as part of the mission. Outside, the Rangers held their ground. The Iraqi Fedayeen had realized something was happening, but it was too late. Sniper teams from the Little Birds were already tracking movements. Any attempt to approach the hospital was blocked with precision. The perimeter held. No firefight ever fully materialized. Back inside, the extraction was underway. Gold Squadron moved Jessica Lynch through the hospital corridors with speed and protection. At the landing zone, an MH-60 Blackhawk hovered, rotor wash blasting through the courtyard. Operators formed a tight security ring. Lynch was loaded onto the bird. The team followed. The exfil was clean. In total, the operation lasted minutes. No American casualties, no SEALs injured, no civilians harmed. It was a textbook example of Tier 1 direct action. A precision hostage recovery mission led by Gold Squadron, coordinated with 160th SOAR, and supported by perimeter security elements. Executed flawlessly. As the helicopters disappeared into the night, the mission was already being analyzed in operations centers far from Iraq. But on the ground, it was about one thing. Jessica Lynch was no longer a prisoner. She was going home. The following day, the Pentagon confirmed the rescue. News of the operation spread rapidly. Footage showed Lynch being carried on a stretcher, surrounded by masked SEALs and Rangers. The world saw a daring rescue, but the details of who executed it and how remained hidden in shadows. Gold Squadron didn't step into the spotlight. They returned to base, debriefed, reset, and prepared for the next mission. That's what Tier 1 units do. They operate outside the wire, far from recognition, deep inside denied territory, then vanish before the world knows they were ever there. The Jessica Lynch rescue was not the largest battle of the Iraq War, but it was one of the most symbolic. It showed what happens when the full weight of America's most secretive and lethal operators is focused on a single objective. It showed that no matter how deep behind enemy lines a U.S. service member may be, there are men willing to go further, risk more, and do whatever it takes to bring them home. And that night in a hospital in Nasiriyah, Gold Squadron did exactly that. In the summer of 1984, Los Angeles was preparing to host the Olympic Games. On the surface, it looked like a celebration. Bright banners, new stadium infrastructure, global media descending on Southern California. But beneath the spectacle, the United States government was operating under a very different mindset. The Olympics were not just a sporting event, they were a high-visibility target in the middle of the Cold War. 12 years earlier, the 1972 Munich Olympics had changed everything. Palestinian terrorists had infiltrated the Olympic Village, taken Israeli athletes hostage, and the rescue attempt ended in disaster. The images were broadcast globally. The message was clear. The Olympics were not just symbolic gatherings. They were opportunities. Since Munich, every host nation understood that a single successful attack could reshape global perception overnight. By 1984, the geopolitical climate added fuel to that concern. The Soviet Union and several Eastern Bloc nations would boycott the Los Angeles Games. Intelligence services were hyper-alert. International terrorist organizations were active across Europe and the Middle East. Aircraft hijackings, embassy bombings, and political assassinations had become part of the global security landscape. The United States had never hosted an Olympic Games under these conditions. Inside Washington, planning began years in advance. Security was layered. Federal, state, and local agencies coordinated on unprecedented scale. But there was a problem that most Americans never considered. The U.S. military was restricted in how it could operate on American soil. The Posse Comitatus Act limited the use of federal military forces in domestic law enforcement roles. That meant elite military units like Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 could not simply deploy openly inside Los Angeles and conduct counterterror operations as if it were a foreign battlefield. Yet the threat model demanded their capability. The solution required legal creativity. Certain operators were quietly deputized or assigned under specific authorities that allowed them to operate in support roles without violating federal law. This was not publicized. There were no press releases announcing that America's most elite counterterror units were embedded around the Olympics. Officially, local law enforcement carried the visible burden. Unofficially, JSOC established a command element at Los Alamitos Army Airfield in California. From there, coordination between federal agencies and special mission units could occur rapidly if needed. The framework was in place for a fast reaction to hostage scenarios, bombings, or other complex attacks. Most people assumed that Olympic security focused entirely on stadiums, athlete villages, and transportation hubs. Those were obvious targets, but planners also examined less obvious vulnerabilities. Soft targets that would create chaos without needing to penetrate hardened Olympic venues. One of those vulnerabilities floated just offshore. During the 1984 Games, cruise ships operated as floating casinos and tourist hubs off the Southern California coast. By day, they were docked or near harbor facilities. By night, they moved offshore into international waters. They hosted thousands of civilians, tourists, high rollers, visitors drawn by Olympic energy. From a counter-terror perspective, they were nearly perfect targets. A cruise ship offered multiple advantages to an attacker: confined space, media visibility, international passengers, and jurisdictional complexity. If hijacked offshore, response coordination could become complicated. If attacked while docked, the proximity to Olympic activity would amplify impact. Security planners recognized the risk. A maritime hostage situation during the Olympics would dominate global headlines and resurrect Munich-style trauma, this time on American soil. The solution would not be obvious perimeter security. You cannot place visible military teams on a civilian cruise ship without creating panic and political backlash. You cannot announce that elite operators are stationed among tourists. So, a different approach emerged. Instead of guarding the ship from the outside, what if the response force was already inside? That was the beginning of one of the most unusual domestic counterterror contingencies ever developed. Members of SEAL Team 6, the Navy's premier maritime counterterror unit, were assigned to embed undercover aboard the cruise vessel. Not in tactical gear, not in visible security roles. They would pose as crew members, waiters, stewards, service staff. They would live on board full-time during the Olympic period. They would blend into daily ship operations. They would monitor for suspicious behavior. And if a hijacking attempt occurred, they would be in position immediately before reinforcements ever arrived. This was not theater. It required genuine integration. Operators had to learn service routines. They had to adopt credible cover stories. They had to move naturally through passenger areas without appearing alert or tactical, and they had to maintain secure communication with JSOC headquarters on shore. Satellite communication equipment was covertly brought on board, allowing embedded operators to transmit updates and receive instructions. The ship's normal activity continued. Tourists dined. Casino floors buzzed. Olympic visitors celebrated victories on television screens. None of them knew that counter-terror operators were circulating through the dining halls. The concept addressed multiple challenges simultaneously. It bypassed legal limitations by embedding operators in a support and defensive posture. Rather than overt military enforcement, it reduced response time dramatically, and it eliminated the delay that would occur if an assault force had to launch from shore after an incident began. If terrorists attempted to seize the ship, embedded SEALs would gather immediate intelligence. Number of attackers, weapons, locations, hostage concentrations. They could disrupt the attack in its earliest moments or stabilize the situation long enough for reinforcements to deploy. Those reinforcements were not hypothetical. A follow-on force was positioned at Naval Amphibious Base Coronado, prepared to launch by helicopter or fast boat if called upon. Delta Force and other special operations elements stood ready within the broader Olympic security framework. The layered response was deliberate. Inside the ship, immediate containment. Offshore and onshore, rapid assault capability. Above all of it, a joint command structure coordinating federal agencies and military units. But the most striking aspect of this plan was how invisible it was. Passengers boarding the cruise ship had no idea that some of the staff pouring drinks or clearing tables were among the most highly trained maritime counterterror operators in the world. There were no visible weapons, no external security posture. The deterrence was silent. The Cold War demanded readiness for worst-case scenarios. The Munich massacre had proven that complacency was catastrophic. By 1984, American planners refused to leave gaps, especially in high-visibility international events. And so, for weeks during the Los Angeles Olympics, a cruise ship floating off the California coast carried more than tourists. It carried a hidden response force, waiting for a call that fortunately never came. The first challenge was identity. Operators assigned to the mission could not simply wear disguises and hope for the best. They had to integrate into the ship's operational ecosystem. That meant adopting legitimate crew roles, waiters, stewards, service staff, and performing those jobs convincingly. They would be interacting daily with passengers, casino staff, management, and port authorities. Any behavioral inconsistency could generate suspicion, and suspicion could compromise the entire security framework. Living aboard full-time was critical. This was not a rotating detail where operators came and went. They had to become part of the ship's rhythm. They learned shift schedules. They memorized service routes between galley and dining floor. They understood which decks were busiest at what times. This familiarity served two purposes. It preserved cover, and it gave them a mental map of the ship's internal layout under real-world conditions. Ships are complex structures: multiple decks, narrow passageways, stairwells, crew-only corridors, storage compartments, engine rooms. In a hostage situation, that complexity becomes either chaos or opportunity. Embedded operators used their time aboard to internalize that architecture. They identified choke points, they noted blind corners, they observed how quickly security doors could be secured or blocked. Communication was the next critical layer. Operators aboard the ship were equipped with secure satellite communication capability. This ensured that if a threat emerged, intelligence would flow immediately to the JSOC coordination cell at Los Alamitos. Speed of information matters more than speed of assault. Before reinforcements launch, they need clarity. Number of attackers, weapons observed, hostage concentration points, injuries. The embedded SEALs were not meant to conduct a full-scale assault alone. Their primary role was intelligence gathering and disruption in the earliest phase of an attack. In most hostage scenarios, the first minutes are decisive. Attackers attempt to consolidate control, move hostages to defensible areas, and create media leverage. If that consolidation can be delayed, fractured, or misdirected, the entire operation becomes more manageable for responding forces. The operator's advantage was proximity. Unlike a traditional maritime assault where a boarding team must approach by helicopter or fast boat, these operators would already be inside the structure. They would hear the first gunshot. They would see the first movement. They could immediately begin assessing attacker numbers and locations. If terrorists attempted to seize the ship while docked, the embedded force could provide rapid situational awareness to shore-based command. If the ship was offshore in international waters, the scenario became more complicated, but also more predictable in certain respects. Movement options for attackers would be limited by maritime geography. Escape routes would be constrained. Meanwhile, a reinforcement package was staged and ready at Naval Amphibious Base Coronado. Helicopters could launch rapidly. Fast boats could deploy maritime assault elements. Delta Force personnel integrated within the broader Olympic security network stood prepared for land-based contingencies if the incident spilled ashore. The response architecture was layered deliberately. Layer 1. Embedded operators gather intelligence, stabilize chaos, and if absolutely necessary, neutralize immediate threats. Layer 2. Rapid Response Assault Force launches from Coronado. Layer 3. Federal and local law enforcement coordinate perimeter and evacuation once the immediate threat is controlled. But beyond the tactical planning, there was psychological design. A hijacking is about shock and dominance. Terrorists rely on speed and surprise to overwhelm security and establish narrative control. By embedding a counter-terror capability invisibly within the environment, planners disrupted that expectation. Attackers would assume they had achieved total control once weapons were displayed. In reality, resistance would already be embedded among the hostages. Operators would not necessarily engage immediately. In many hostage scenarios, patience saves lives. Their first task would be assessment. Are attackers disciplined? Are explosives visible? Are hostages segregated or centralized? Is there a command figure issuing orders? This information would shape the assault plan before it launched. The maritime dimension added complexity. Helicopter insertion onto a moving ship requires precision. Fast rope insertion demands stabilized hover. Fast boat approaches require suppression of hostile fire. Embedded operators could relay wind conditions, deck obstacles, and attacker positioning in real time, reducing uncertainty for incoming forces. This type of integration between embedded reconnaissance and external assault mirrored the evolving doctrine of special mission units during the 1980s. Lessons from earlier failures, while including hostage rescue disasters, emphasized the importance of real-time intelligence from inside the target environment. Another key factor was jurisdiction. Because the operation was domestic, planners had to ensure that any engagement complied with legal authorities. Embedded SEALs operated under carefully structured legal cover. Their role was defensive and contingency-based, not proactive policing. Only upon the emergence of a clear terrorist threat would escalation occur. This legal balancing act required coordination at the highest levels. The Olympics were a global stage. Any military action on U.S. soil would be scrutinized intensely. The existence of this undercover maritime contingency reflected a willingness to prepare for worst-case scenarios without advertising that preparation. The ship itself presented unique tactical challenges. Narrow corridors restrict movement. Stairwells become bottlenecks. Civilian density complicates engagement. Embedded operators would have pre-identified rally points, safe rooms, and defensible compartments. If necessary, they could quietly move select groups of passengers to more secure areas while providing situational updates. All of this planning existed in tension with one fundamental hope: that none of it would be needed. The 1984 Los Angeles Olympics unfolded without a catastrophic terrorist attack. The cruise ship continued operating. Tourists gambled and celebrated. Olympic headlines focused on athletic competition and Cold War boycotts. not violence. But for the duration of the games, a hidden layer of readiness floated just offshore. Waiters carried trays, stewards cleaned cabins, and among them were operators trained for one of the most specialized missions in American counterterror history, prepared to turn a floating casino into a controlled battlefield within seconds, if required. The public never knew, and that was the point, far beyond the 1984 Olympics. Because this wasn't just about one cruise ship. It was about the United States quietly redefining how it would handle terrorism on its own soil. In 1984, America was still adjusting to a new era of asymmetric threat. The Cold War was ongoing, but terrorism had emerged as a parallel battlefield. Airline hijackings, embassy bombings, political kidnappings. The Munich massacre had proven that high-visibility international events were prime targets. Yet the legal framework governing U.S. military operations inside the country had not been built with modern terrorism in mind. The Posse Comitatus Act restricted the use of federal armed forces in domestic law enforcement roles. The law existed for good reason, to prevent military overreach into civilian life. But counterterrorism created gray zones. If a foreign terrorist group hijacked a cruise ship off California during the Olympics, was that a law enforcement problem or a national security crisis? The undercover cruise ship mission forced planners to confront that ambiguity directly. Rather than openly deploy Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 as visible security elements, the solution was integration under legal authority. Operators were placed aboard in support and contingency roles. Their presence was structured to avoid violating domestic restrictions, while still ensuring that if an attack occurred, elite capability was immediately available. This hybrid model, law enforcement externally, military precision internally, foreshadowed how the United States would later approach counterterror operations after 9/11. The mission also demonstrated something else. American Special Operations Forces were becoming comfortable operating in civilian disguise within complex environments. The maritime hostage rescue specialization of SEAL Team 6 was still relatively young at that point. The unit had been formed only a few years earlier in response to the need for a dedicated counterterror capability following Operation Eagle Claw. Embedding operators on a civilian vessel during a global event was a validation of that specialization. Just 1 year after the Olympics, in 1985, the hijacking of the Italian cruise ship Achille Lauro would shock the world. Terrorists seized the vessel and murdered an American passenger. The event underscored the exact type of maritime hostage crisis Olympic planners had feared. In retrospect, the undercover cruise ship infiltration during the 1984 Games appears less like paranoia and more like foresight. Strategically, the mission signaled a shift from perimeter defense to internal resilience. Traditional security thinking focuses on barriers, fencing stadiums, screening luggage, increasing visible patrols. But barriers alone cannot prevent every attack. By embedding capability within the environment, planners created a fail-safe layer. Even if attackers bypassed external security, they would encounter resistance inside the structure itself. That internal embedding concept would later become central to modern counterterror doctrine. Undercover marshals on aircraft, protective details integrated within events, layered surveillance networks. The 1984 cruise ship operation was an early example of that philosophy applied at a maritime scale. It also reflected growing interagency coordination. The command structure at Los Alamitos linked federal agencies and special mission units in real time. This type of joint coordination was still evolving in the 1980s. Communication between military units and domestic law enforcement had historically been limited. The Olympics forced integration. The fact that this operation remained completely unknown to the public for decades highlights another key aspect: discretion. If terrorists had known that elite operators were embedded among ship crew, they might have altered tactics or targeted differently. The power of the plan depended on invisibility, deterrence without publicity. And yet invisibility also meant no recognition. For weeks, operators lived in confined quarters aboard a civilian vessel, maintaining cover while monitoring for threats that might never appear. There were no medals awarded publicly, no dramatic rescue to recount. The success of the mission was defined by its uneventfulness. That, in many ways, is the paradox of counter-terror readiness. The better it is, the less visible it becomes. The cruise ship infiltration also demonstrated adaptability within special operations culture. These were not operators training exclusively for battlefield raids. They were capable of adjusting to social environments, maintaining composure under civilian scrutiny, and preparing to transition instantly from hospitality service to close quarters combat if necessary. That duality, civilian facade and military capability, would become a hallmark of later special operations approaches in denied and gray zone environments. Looking back, the 1984 Olympics passed without catastrophic attack. The Cold War continued for several more years before winding down, but the security architecture built during that event influenced future planning for major international gatherings inside the United States. Modern Olympic security, Super Bowl planning, and other high-profile events now routinely incorporate layered federal coordination, maritime monitoring, and specialized counter-terror units on standby. The blueprint was refined over decades, but its early foundation included missions like this one, quiet, compartmentalized, and deeply strategic. Perhaps the most striking element of the 1984 cruise ship infiltration is how close it came to being needed. The global terrorism landscape of the 1980s was volatile. A maritime hostage crisis during the Olympics would have reshaped American counterterror policy overnight. Instead, the embedded operators disembarked quietly when the games concluded. Passengers never learned who had been serving their drinks. Media never reported that one of America's most elite maritime assault units had lived among Olympic tourists, and the plan, successful in its prevention, faded into classified history. But its significance remains. It marked a moment when the United States quietly accepted that terrorism could reach its shores and that preparation required more than visible security. It required integration, it required discretion, and sometimes it required elite operators wearing aprons instead of body armor, waiting for a crisis that never came, so that if it did, the response would already be inside. In April 2009, a crisis unfolded off the Horn of Africa that would place America's elite special operations forces at the center of international attention.
Pirates took the ship and kidnapped Captain Richard Phillips.
A U.S.-flagged cargo ship, the Maersk Alabama, was hijacked by Somali pirates approximately 240 nautical miles southeast of Isle. Though the ship's crew managed to retake control, the pirates escaped with the ship's captain, Richard Phillips, taking him hostage aboard a small covered lifeboat. It was a volatile situation playing out in international waters, and it demanded the involvement of the most capable special operations force the U.S. could deploy. That force was the Naval Special Warfare Development Group, commonly known as SEAL Team 6. From the very beginning, this rescue mission involved three distinct elements within the unit, each with its own responsibilities and specialized capabilities: Gold Squadron, Red Squadron, and Gray Squadron. Together, these squadrons would converge on the Indian Ocean in a layered and rapidly evolving mission that demanded strategic flexibility, long-range logistics, and surgical precision. Gold Squadron was first on the scene. They had already been forward deployed in East Africa for other regional operations and were in proximity when the hijacking occurred. Their orders were clear: intercept the developing situation immediately, stabilize it, and prevent the pirates from reaching the Somali coast with the hostage. A small team from Gold Squadron, inserted via C-17 aircraft, conducting a night parachute jump into the Indian Ocean. With no backup and limited visibility, they landed in the water near the USS Bainbridge, the Navy destroyer already shadowing the lifeboat, and were recovered on board. Once aboard the Bainbridge, Gold Squadron immediately assumed command of tactical oversight. Their task was not to rescue the hostage yet, but to maintain pressure on the pirates and contain the situation at sea. They advised the ship's crew, coordinated standoff tactics, and gathered intelligence on the pirates' behavior and capabilities. Their efforts included using rotor wash from helicopters to disrupt the pirates' comfort and steering the Bainbridge in such a way that it created disorienting waves. Gold Squadron also conducted a form of close-in deception, approaching the lifeboat in disguised RIBS rigid inflatable boats, offering water and supplies under the guise of being Navy crew. This allowed them to assess the condition of the hostage and collect visual confirmation of pirate positions without escalating the confrontation. While Gold Squadron was already on station managing containment aboard the USS Bainbridge, a massive push was underway in the United States to get additional forces into the Indian Ocean quickly. The mission demanded more firepower, mobility, and technical support. Red Squadron, designated as the Direct Action Unit, and Gray Squadron, responsible for mobility and maritime transport, were activated together to deploy a heavy, flexible rescue package. What unfolded was one of the most complex and high-risk insertions SEAL Team 6 had ever attempted: a tandem squadron jump into open ocean in daylight with boats. Red Squadron was given just hours to assemble personnel, prepare gear, and load aircraft. The alert made it clear: an American hostage was being held at sea. This was the kind of crisis the command was built for. Over 100 members of Red Squadron were scrambled, along with boats, gear, and a carefully constructed manifest. Operators acted as loadmasters, juggling weight calculations, gear distribution, parachute counts, and emergency kits. The pressure was immense. The boats were overweight, manifest rosters had changed, and last-minute additions complicated the already tight schedule. The C-17 flight that followed carried not just Red Squadron's personnel, but their boats, and the entire jump was coordinated with Gray Squadron, who would operate those boats in the water. The boats included heavily modified, rigid inflatable boats, RIBS, and larger high-speed crafts fast, agile, and essential for navigating the open ocean with SEALs on board. These crafts were loaded with shock absorption gear, fuel supplies, and mobility kits needed for ship-to-ship and sea-to-land operations. Jumping in broad daylight over calm waters, the insertion was surgical but intense. From the rear ramp of the C-17, Gray Squadron's boats were deployed first. The release was powerful. The first boat dragged the second behind it by cable, pulling it down the fuselage before both were parachuted into the ocean. Following close behind were Red Squadron's operators, leaping from the aircraft with their own gear to land near the boats. The timing had to be perfect. Daylight made them visible, but it also allowed for better control of descent and landing. Operators steered canopies close to the parachuting boats, landing within reach of the watercraft and clambering aboard as fast as possible. Once in the boats, nerves gave way to action. Gray Squadron immediately took over boat operations, getting engines started and equipment configured. The RIBS and stealth boats were used to recover incoming SEALs from the water and head toward staging locations. A second pass dropped in the remainder of the task force. Some operators were even formally assigned into the unit. With the full squadron recovered and accounted for, the convoy of boats made its way to the USS Boxer, one of the supporting vessels in the operation. The boats were craned aboard and the SEALs were brought inside. Sailors on the ship had little idea who these heavily armed, bearded men in non-standard uniforms were. But space was cleared, and the operators were housed, fed, and prepped. Once staged, a portion of Red Squadron was immediately dispatched to the Bainbridge to begin surveillance and tactical coordination. The rest of the team continued rehearsals and planning aboard the Boxer. The mission wasn't about brute force, it was about adaptability. One plan involved amphibious insertion, swimming from small boats to the lifeboat if it drifted out of range. Multiple contingencies were built into the plan, and every operator was ready for rapid pivot. Gray Squadron, having delivered the boats and enabled the entire jump, remained an integral part of the mission. Their vessels were kept ready should a new phase of the rescue develop, including a scenario in which the hostage might be moved to land. They also facilitated short-range mobility, moving personnel between ships and preparing for possible fast insertion contingencies. This tandem jump, conducted in daylight over calm seas with full boat packages and support teams, was unprecedented in scale and precision. It showcased not only Red Squadron's lethal readiness, but Gray Squadron's unmatched maritime mobility. From the U.S. East Coast to the Somali Basin, they executed one of the boldest long-range insertions in special operations history. The staging was complete, the team was in place, and the final decision would soon be made. With the USS Bainbridge maintaining its vigil and SEALs Team 6 fully staged across naval platforms in the Indian Ocean, pressure mounted from every angle. The world was watching. The clock was ticking, and 3 squadrons, gold, red, and gray, were deep in the kind of tactical deliberation that only Tier 1 units can execute under such constraints. The objective was clear: rescue Captain Richard Phillips. But the route to that end was far from straightforward. In the closed, sweltering, and unpredictable lifeboat drifting behind the Bainbridge, 3 armed Somali pirates stood inches from their hostage. Any misstep would be fatal. What followed was a dynamic and adaptive planning process. While Red Squadron rehearsed action on objective procedures and sniper contingencies, and Gray Squadron coordinated full-spectrum ISR and communications, mission planners cycled through several possible courses of action. These weren't just hypothetical drills, they were real options, being weighed moment by moment as intelligence developed. One of the earliest concepts proposed was a beach-based interception. The pirates were at one point steering the lifeboat back toward the Somali coast. If they made landfall with the hostage, the rescue would shift from a maritime mission to a complex inland operation, risking prolonged captivity, political consequences, and a higher chance of mission compromise. So, a beach over the beach, OTB contingency was quietly prepared. SEALs from red and gray squadrons, supported by mobility specialists, readied for a scenario where they'd need to move ashore fast. Boats, beach charts, and helicopter support were prepped for a possible raid in Somalia itself. That option remained open as long as the pirates had control of the lifeboat's heading. But once the Bainbridge secured control of the lifeboat's tow line under the guise of drifting together for safety, the threat of a beach OTB raid began to fade. Still, the SEALs kept it in their back pocket, ready to pivot if needed. Another strategy explored was a top-down helicopter assault. The idea was to fly 2 helicopters low and fast over the lifeboat, fast rope SEALs onto the roof, breach the hatch, and overwhelm the pirates in seconds. The plan was bold, the kind that SEALs train for, but it also came with serious risk. The lifeboat was compact and closed and made of thick fiberglass. Firing into it without hitting the hostage was near impossible. One startled movement from a pirate, and the entire mission could end in tragedy. A third option involved underwater demolition. Navy SEALs who train for clandestine infiltration beneath ships could swim to the lifeboat at night and rig shaped charges to disable the rudder or blow the hatch. This would create confusion or force the pirates to the surface, allowing for a strike. But again, the enclosed design of the lifeboat meant the shockwave could harm the hostage. Plus, the heat and lack of ventilation meant that any breach might provoke chaos rather than control. There was also a diversion and boarding tactic explored. SEALs in disguised boats such as RIBS and the more specialized craft brought in by Gray Squadron could deliver food, water, and supplies to lull the pirates into complacency. Once trust was gained, they could surge and breach the boat at close range. This approach had been partially attempted by Gold Squadron, who had earlier disguised themselves as Navy sailors and approached under the pretense of resupply. The intel gathered from that close contact proved invaluable, but the risk of triggering the pirates while halfway into a breach was deemed too great for a full-scale takedown attempt. As hours stretched into days, the task force found itself leaning toward an increasingly narrow solution: sniper precision. The plan would rely on the Bainbridge's tow of the lifeboat to maintain a stable, predictable range, while Red Squadron's sniper teams rotated around the clock, studying every movement inside. With support from Gray Squadron's intelligence feeds, including UAVs and drones overhead, every second was documented. The goal? Identify a moment when all 3 pirates would be visible through portholes or the open hatch, and Captain Phillips could be confirmed clear of any trajectory. This approach was not just about marksmanship. It required restraint, discipline, and absolute timing. Every sniper had to know their target's posture, habits, and routines. They had to be confident their shot would be effective and that their teammates would fire within milliseconds. It wasn't one sniper, it was 3, synced like a single machine. Meanwhile, negotiations continued. A breakthrough appeared when one pirate was lured onto the Bainbridge under the guise of diplomacy. The second he stepped off the lifeboat, he was detained. This shifted the equation. Now, only 3 pirates remained on board with the hostage. With fewer variables, the risk matrix became slightly more manageable. The strategy was set. No helicopter raid, no beach assault, no underwater demolition. The rescue would come not in the form of boots storming a hatch, but through the still crosshairs of trained snipers, each waiting for the perfect moment. All 3 squadrons now had their defined roles. Gold remained the stabilizing and containment force. Gray continued to monitor ISR and data relay. Red Squadron sat poised, rifles ready, nerves calm, and eyes fixed on their assigned targets. By Easter Sunday, the calm waters of the Indian Ocean had become the backdrop for one of the most calculated hostage rescues in modern special operations history. The tension on the USS Bainbridge was silent, but thick. Every breath, every signal, every shift on deck carried purpose. For days, Red Squadron snipers had taken turns behind their scopes, tracking the pirates' every move. They had logged the intervals when the pirates rotated positions, when they opened the hatch, and when they stood in line to speak to Captain Phillips. They had dialed their optics for wind, distance, and angle. Nothing was left to guesswork. The team aboard the Bainbridge had rehearsed dozens of variations of the mission, but it all came down to a few seconds and a narrow window of visibility. On the command and intelligence side, Gray Squadron remained fully engaged. Through drone feeds, satellite imaging, and constant communication links, they provided minute-by-minute updates. Were the pirates sleeping? Arguing? Moving too close to the hostage? Every bit of data informed whether the green light could be issued. Back in the lifeboat, the psychological pressure was mounting. The 3 remaining pirates were growing erratic. They had been promised safe passage, but the rescue vessels weren't backing down. One of them had been removed from the equation, already lured onto the Bainbridge and quietly detained. That shift had left a gap in the pirates' internal trust. Their sense of control was fading. From a sniper's point of view, the equation was still incomplete. Until all 3 targets were visible and Captain Phillips confirmed safe, there could be no trigger pull. For over 96 hours, the SEALs had waited, but Easter Sunday would deliver the moment they needed. As the sun hovered low on the horizon, shadows fell at the right angle. The lifeboat, still being slowly towed by the Bainbridge, rocked gently, no more than 75 feet behind the destroyer's stern. Inside, the pirates moved into position. One leaned into the hatch, barking instructions. Another stood midship. A third took a step toward the rear. At that precise moment, all 3 were exposed, each visible through a porthole or the open top hatch. Simultaneously, the spotters confirmed the hostage was slumped low and out of the line of fire. The silent command went through comms. 3 snipers, 3 shots. They didn't fire in unison, not exactly, but the timing was so tight, it may as well have been 1. Suppressed rifles cracked in rapid succession. The recoil was minimal. The impact was final. All 3 pirates dropped. Not one had time to move. Not one raised a weapon. Immediately, a Red Squadron breacher, already rigged and ready, fast roped down the tow line directly onto the lifeboat. Without hesitation, he breached the hatch and entered. Inside, he found Captain Richard Phillips, hands bound, exhausted but alive. The confirmation was sent. Hostage secure. Within minutes, Captain Phillips was transferred to the Bainbridge's deck, flanked by SEALs, medics, and Navy crew. The mission was complete. No casualties on the American side, 0 injuries to the hostage. Every objective fulfilled. What followed wasn't celebration. It was execution of post-op protocol. Weapons were secured. Bodies were processed. Intelligence material inside the lifeboat, from radios to documents, was logged by Gray Squadron and Navy analysts. The SEALs began their reset, cleaning weapons, repacking gear, submitting field reports. Back in the command center, mission logs were finalized and data transmissions continued to higher command. It was a Tier 1 finish, clean, clinical, exact. There were no photos, no interviews, no chest pounding. Even aboard the Bainbridge, the atmosphere remained reserved. The mission had demanded patience and control, not glory. Each squadron had played a role. Gold Squadron had stabilized the scene from the beginning, laying the groundwork in the first chaotic hours. Gray Squadron had provided the technical scaffolding linking surveillance, communication, and timing into one unified picture. Red Squadron had delivered the final precision, the shot, the breach, the recovery. It was a perfect triangulation of containment, intelligence, and action. Back home, the media would learn only fragments. SEAL snipers, pirates killed Nioistang, captain rescued. The public saw the ending. Few ever knew how many strategies were rehearsed, how many variables calculated, or how many decisions were made in the shadows before that ending could exist. What took place over that 5-day window in the Indian Ocean wasn't just a rescue. It was a validation of Tier 1 readiness, proof that when everything else is uncertain, this community can deliver. And they did. The rescue of Captain Richard Phillips wasn't just a successful operation, it became a defining moment in the modern history of American special operations. Long after the final shot was fired, the effects of that mission rippled outward, from the SEAL teams who executed it, to the Pentagon planners who studied it, to the maritime industry that reevaluated how it dealt with piracy on the high seas. In the immediate aftermath, very little was said publicly. There were no press conferences featuring operators, no details released about the identities of those involved. Internally, however, the operation was seen as a benchmark, a mission that had combined all the elements of Tier 1 capability: rapid deployment, inter-squadron integration, intelligence fusion, and absolute restraint under pressure. For naval special warfare, it was proof that forward-deployed squadrons could adapt to fast-moving, ambiguous crises and still maintain control. The coordination between Gold Squadron's containment and deception tactics, Gray Squadron's intelligence and logistics support, and Red Squadron's final kinetic action was a case study in how special operations forces should function seamlessly, silently, and without fanfare. The mission's success validated a key principle in special operations planning: build flexibility into the strategy. Multiple plans had been considered, rehearsed, and discarded. From fast rope insertions to underwater approaches, every option was studied not just for tactical effect, but for risk to the hostage. What ultimately succeeded was not the most dramatic plan, but the most measured. It was a reminder that the most effective solution is often the one that leaves the fewest variables to chance. The rescue also reshaped how hostage rescue is approached in maritime environments. For years, piracy off the Horn of Africa had escalated. Shipping companies were unsure how far they could push security. After this operation, the message was clear. The United States had both the will and the means to resolve hostage situations decisively. Merchant fleets began implementing better emergency protocols. Naval task forces increased their patrols in high-risk areas. International cooperation around piracy threats became more robust. Within DEVGRU, the mission was integrated into training curriculums. Operators studied the details, how Gold Squadron first engaged the situation with limited support, how Red and Gray coordinated mid-ocean jump operations, how communications and ISR synced to create a complete battlespace picture. Not every mission would play out the same way, but the model was strong. Layered pressure, deception, intelligence-driven containment, and precision strike capability. Operators who were there don't speak about the mission in terms of glory. They talk about the timing, the hours of waiting, the environmental factors, the communication across teams, and the silence that followed when the job was done. For them, this wasn't a movie plot. It was a moment where everything had to go exactly right, because failure meant death, not just for the hostage, but potentially for the entire team. When the film Captain Phillips was released in 2013, it brought the story into the public consciousness. Tom Hanks's portrayal of Phillips and the final dramatic scenes showing the rescue gave audiences a window into the stakes of the mission. But what the film didn't capture, what it couldn't capture, was the full complexity of what had unfolded behind the scenes. The movie showed the bullets. It didn't show the planning, the restraint, or the men in boats soaking wet, watching for hours through rifle scopes, waiting for a moment that might never come. The mission also affected broader U.S. military policy. It strengthened confidence in using special operations forces for high-risk, time-sensitive scenarios, especially in environments where conventional military force was too blunt a tool. It also led to deeper conversations about how to manage emerging threats like piracy, terrorism at sea, and transnational hostage networks. Perhaps the most lasting legacy of the operation was the reminder that precision, discipline, and patience are sometimes more powerful than overwhelming force. This wasn't an assault on a compound. It was a sniper solution built on days of observation, inter-squadron coordination, and the understanding that sometimes the most heroic action is the one that never has to be seen. To this day, the operation is studied inside Tier 1 units not as an example of bravado, but of mastery. It showed that elite operators could operate across thousands of miles, from jump aircraft to warships in foreign waters under global scrutiny, and still remain invisible until the moment of execution. The hostage was saved, the pirates were eliminated, and no American lives were lost. It was, in every sense, a perfect mission. On June 7, 2006, at precisely 6:15 p.m. local time, two 500-pound bombs dropped from the sky and obliterated a small house in Hib, Iraq. Inside that house was Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the leader of al-Qaeda in Iraq and the most hunted man in the country. But his death wasn't the beginning. It was the end. The final act of a long pursuit that stretched across months, required thousands of man-hours, and brought together the sharpest blades in the special operations arsenal. Zarqawi wasn't a typical battlefield commander. He was a symbol, a ruthless ideologue with a taste for brutality that even al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan viewed as extreme. His group, al-Qaeda in Iraq, was responsible for mass casualty bombings, hostage executions, and an orchestrated campaign to provoke sectarian civil war between Sunni and Shia Muslims. He wasn't hiding in caves. He was operating in Iraq's cities and villages, surrounded by a tight ring of loyalists. He moved constantly. He trusted few. He left no digital trace. That made him incredibly dangerous and incredibly hard to find. To find him, the U.S. built a hammer, Task Force 145. It was a hybrid of the military's most elite special operations units and national intelligence assets. It wasn't just firepower, it was a complete kill chain. At its core, Delta Force handled direct action raids, clearing buildings and neutralizing targets. SEAL Team 6 rotated in for capture-kill missions. CIA ground branch worked the human intelligence side, recruiting sources and debriefing captives. NSA tracked cell phones and signal patterns. DIA and JSOC analysts built target packages and mapped networks. 160th SOAR, Night Stalkers, flew helicopters at low altitude under cover of darkness. British SAS added surveillance and urban reconnaissance capability. Every part had a role, and every night, TF-145 went hunting. Dozens of raids, hundreds of interrogations, thousands of files and fragments. Most didn't lead directly to Zarqawi, but they built the picture. By early 2006, analysts noticed a pattern. A low-usage phone number kept showing up near Zarqawi's inner circle. It never stayed on long, but each time it was activated, it appeared within range of past Zarqawi sightings. NSA teams began mapping that phone's signals. After weeks of careful triangulation, it consistently pinged near Baqaba, northeast of Baghdad. The focus narrowed to a village on the edge of farmland. Hib. Now came the next step: persistent surveillance. MQ-1 Predator drones circled silently over the area, watching a small walled compound. Men came and went. No women, no children. Vehicle traffic was minimal, controlled. Visitors stayed briefly. Everything about it said high-value target. Then came the human intelligence. 2 captured AQI members were interrogated by CIA officers embedded with JSOC. They both pointed to Hib. One described a safe house that matched the compound on the drone feed. The intelligence picture clicked into place. June 7, 2006, just after 6 p.m. Surveillance showed a group entering the compound. One individual was tall, stocky, and moved like someone with authority. A known Zarqawi-linked phone number lit up inside the house. At Balad Air Base, the Joint Operations Center initiated final targeting procedures. JSOC's intelligence officers confirmed 3 sources: drone feed, SIGINT, and HUMINT. It was as good a match as they'd ever had. Lieutenant General Stanley McChrystal approved the strike. 2 F-16Cs were already in the air flying over central Iraq. Each was loaded with a GBU-12 Pavway-2, a 500-pound laser-guided bomb. Final coordinates were uploaded. The Predator lased the target. At 6:15 p.m., both bombs hit. One struck the center of the house, the second followed milliseconds later, collapsing the remaining structure. In under 5 seconds, the safe house was gone. Minutes later, 2 MH-60L Black Hawks lifted from a forward staging area. Inside were Delta Force operators, medics, an intelligence team, and an Air Force combat controller. They landed in a field near the blast zone and moved in. The compound was smoking rubble, no gunfire, no resistance. Inside the debris, the team located several bodies. One man was still alive, badly wounded, semi-conscious. He was pulled out and stabilized temporarily, but he died moments later from internal trauma. His face, however, was mostly intact. On-site biometric scanners were deployed. Delta's intel officer took fingerprints. A mobile database was pinged via satellite. The match came back quickly. Zarqawi. Facial recognition confirmed it. DNA would follow later. But the body, the location, and the intelligence all aligned. The world's most wanted terrorist was dead. Back at Balad, the mood was focused, not celebratory. This was a mission accomplished, but not a war won. Photos were taken, reports compiled. The kill was confirmed to higher command and eventually the public. For Task Force 145, it was the culmination of a long, grinding campaign. For the wider war effort, it was a powerful message. No one is untouchable, but there was still more to come. Because Zarqawi's death was a turning point and a test. Zarqawi was dead. The most hunted man in Iraq, eliminated by precision air power and boots-on-ground confirmation. The raid was a textbook example of joint targeting success, from intelligence fusion to kinetic execution. But killing a man is not the same as killing a movement. Within hours of the strike, U.S. commanders acknowledged the success. News broke in Washington, the president addressed the nation. But for Task Force 145, there was no pause. There was no victory lap. The very same night, they were back in the field, because they knew what others would soon learn. The war wasn't over. It was evolving. Within hours of the airstrike in Hib, Task Force 145 launched follow-on operations to exploit momentum and disrupt AQI's command structure. The intelligence gathered from Zarqawi's safe house phones, maps, handwritten notes pointed to two new targets. The first was a known meeting site in the Yakla province. Delta Force operators inserted under cover of darkness, cleared the structure, and killed 4 mid-level AQI commanders. No prisoners, no resistance. Clean execution. The second site was a logistics hub closer to Baghdad. SEAL Team 6, working in tandem with Iraqi Special Police, raided the location and recovered encrypted laptops, bomb-making materials, and documents outlining routes used by foreign fighters crossing from Syria. This was standard doctrine: strike the head, then dismantle the limbs. U.S. forces released high-resolution images of Zarqawi's face post-mortem but intact. This wasn't just for proof. It was psychological warfare. Zarqawi had cultivated a mythical status. His videos were dark and dramatic, his voice calm and threatening. He was the faceless architect of chaos until now. By showing the world his death, the coalition aimed to shatter that myth, to demoralize his followers and show Iraqis that the most feared man in the country was gone. But Al-Qaeda had planned for this. Just 18 days after Zarqawi's death, Al-Qaeda in Iraq announced a new leader, Abu Ayyub al-Masri, an Egyptian-born jihadist and longtime associate of Al-Qaeda Central. Where Zarqawi was brutal and charismatic, al-Masri was quiet and methodical. He wasn't interested in flashy videos. His specialty was logistics, coordination, and building deep insurgent networks, the kind that survive when leadership is targeted. Under his watch, Al-Qaeda in Iraq changed shape. Zarqawi thrived on high-visibility attacks, car bombs in markets, kidnappings of journalists, executions on tape. But after his death, the group shifted focus. They moved into IED networks, assassination squads, and covert infiltration of Iraqi army and police. They built systems instead of spectacles. They stopped broadcasting and started embedding. By 2007, their structure had become more decentralized but harder to kill. With foreign fighters still flowing in, AQI morphed into something more dangerous: the Islamic State of Iraq, a rebranded insurgency with long-term goals. Zarqawi was dead, but the system he created had adapted. JSOC didn't stand still. With the momentum of Zarqawi's death, Task Force 145 was renamed Task Force 88 and surged its operational tempo. Intel cycles shortened. Raids became more frequent. The concept was now fully in motion. Find, fix, finish, exploit, analyze, repeat. Operators from Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, and ISA had conducted missions every single night. They used intelligence gathered from one raid to launch the next, sometimes within hours. ISR aircraft like Predators and Reapers provided real-time video. Human intelligence teams built local networks, SIGINT teams intercepted low-level chatter, and special operations units hit targets before the enemy could relocate. This tempo would later become the gold standard for manhunting operations worldwide. Around the same time, the broader surge strategy was launched across Iraq, an increase of 20,000 U.S. troops to stabilize key areas like Baghdad and Anbar province. While conventional forces secured cities and trained Iraqi units, JSOC handled the shadow war. Their job? Remove leadership and pressure the insurgency from the top down. The coordination between conventional and special operations forces, which had been rocky in earlier years, now became seamless. Commanders shared targeting data. Intel flowed both ways, and it worked. By late 2007, violence in Iraq had dropped significantly. AQI was fractured, scattered, and on the defensive, but it wasn't over. Zarqawi's death proved something critical. You don't need to fight large-scale battles to destroy an enemy. If you can track their leaders, understand their networks, and strike precisely, you can cripple an entire organization with minimal footprint. This became the model for future operations, from Pakistan to Yemen to Syria. You start with surveillance, layer in signal intelligence, build a pattern of life, then wait and strike at the right moment. It requires patience, coordination, and surgical execution, and that's what JSOC delivered. Zarqawi's death removed a brutal figure from the battlefield. It showed what modern joint force warfare could do, but it also revealed the limits of kinetic success. Killing a man is easy. Killing an idea is harder. Zarqawi's ideology, sectarian hatred, hyper-violence, religious justification for mass killing would outlive him. The group he founded would later evolve into ISIS, the most brutal terrorist army the world had seen in decades. Some of the same routes, same safe houses, same towns, all used again years later by a new wave of extremists, many of them inspired by Zarqawi's legacy. The strike in Hib was more than just a successful mission. It was a case study in how intelligence, technology, and special operations can converge with perfect timing. It didn't end the war, but it changed how the war was fought. The death of Zarqawi was a tactical success, a strategic signal, and a moral statement that even the most feared enemies can be found. His house was reduced to rubble, his body buried in secrecy, his name recorded in history. But the fight and the methods continued. This was the death of Zarqawi, but the war went on in the shadows. Remember to like, subscribe, and comment so you don't miss out. On the night of October 19th, 2001, barely 6 weeks after the 9/11 attacks, a covert task force launched one of the most audacious raids in U.S. Special Operations history. Mission codename, Objective Gecko, a nighttime helicopter assault on a suspected Taliban sanctuary hidden in the hills overlooking Kandahar. Its purpose, find, kill, or capture Mullah Muhammad Omar, the reclusive spiritual leader of the Taliban, rumored to be spending the summer in this remote compound. It would also send a message that nobody, not even Taliban command, was out of reach. This mission fell under the covert JSOC umbrella, known as Task Force Sword, or later Task Force 11, led by Major General Del Daly. Sword comprised Delta Force operators, Ranger units drawn from the 75th Ranger Regiment, Elite SEAL Team 6 liaison, CIA assets, and support elements like the Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, British SAS, and Embedded Combat Controllers. Aviation came from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, 32nd SOAR, the famed Night Stalkers, flying MH-47E Chinooks, and MH-60 Direct Action Penetrators, DAPs, equipped with heavy weapons and surveillance pods. Task Force Sword operated alongside Task Force Rhino, built entirely around the 3rd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, commanded by Colonel Joseph Votel and Lieutenant Colonel Stefan Banach. Their role was to parachute onto Objective Rhino, a desert airstrip 100 miles southwest of Kandahar, to set up a forward arming and refueling point, FARP. This allowed helicopters to refuel en route to Gecko, nearly doubling operational reach. Intelligence had tracked Mullah Omar in Kandahar's summer retreat, a compound perched on hills, heavily fortified and out of reach for conventional forces. JSOC planners believed that a surprise raid would destabilize Taliban morale, even if it failed to capture Omar himself. CIA and Northern Alliance reporting suggested significant enemy presence, possibly including machine guns, RPGs, and even Soviet-era anti-aircraft guns, all threats to aircraft insertion. Quick pause before we continue. If you're enjoying the video so far and want to support the channel, consider becoming a member. You'll get some awesome perks like exclusive content, early access to videos, and more. Just hit the join button below or check the description, and Special Ops 6 is now live. If you're into elite gear, field-ready morale patches, and real operator culture, this is for you. Tap the link in the description or head to the channel and click the store link. Join the team, grab your gear, and support the mission, and let's get back to it. The mission was inherently risky. Flights from the USS Kitty Hawk in the Arabian Sea across multiple boundaries required aerial refueling and radio silence. MH-47 crews would set records for the longest-range helicopter assault nearly 500 nautical miles each way, carrying a 91-man Delta Ranger assault force. The USS Kitty Hawk transformed into an aerial staging base. From its deck on the night of October 18th to 19th, 4 MH-47E Chinooks, escorted by MH-60 DAPs, took off toward Objective Rhino for refueling. Rangers parachuted onto Rhino's runway from MC-130 combat Talons hours earlier. Once Rhino was secured, helicopters refueled and set course for Gecko. Other support AC-130 gunships, AH-6 Littlebirds, MH-60 DAPs, and Navy P-3Cs provided listening posts and overwatch. At one point, Navy SEAL liaisons aboard the AC-130 nearly mistook their own troops for Taliban, highlighting the fog of night combat and complexity of air-ground coordination. The assault package included Delta Force operators, A and B squadrons, tasked with direct compound assault and searching for Omar. 75th Ranger Regiment elements holding ridge lines to block enemy reinforcements and secure the HLZ, combat controllers coordinating air cover and on-call fire, Night Stalkers piloting the assault helicopters, AC-130 gunships circling overhead ready to deliver close support. Flight legs were extremely long, requiring in-air refueling, stealth navigation, and precise timing to reach the compound before dawn. By around 4 a.m. local time, helicopters reached the ridgelines overlooking Gecko. In tactical silence, Delta operators descended into the compound, while Rangers set perimeter overwatch. Miraculously, there was zero Taliban resistance, no Omar, no guards, no weapons. The compound appeared empty. Inside, the forces conducted sensitive site exploitation, SSE, searching buildings, gathering documents, hard drives, and any intel. When Donald Trump entered the White House in 2017, one of the first crises waiting for him was North Korea. Kim Jong-un had already tested nuclear weapons, paraded long-range missiles, and taunted the United States with threats of destruction. Trump's response swung between personal insults on Twitter and carefully staged moments of diplomacy. In the background, America's intelligence agencies struggled with a glaring weakness. Despite decades of effort, they had almost no reliable sources inside North Korea. Satellite images could reveal missile launch sites or troop movements, but they could not explain Kim's intentions. Human spies were nearly impossible to recruit in a country where the regime watched every citizen. Signals intelligence, the interception of phone calls or digital communications, was blocked by one of the most tightly controlled networks on Earth. For American decision-makers, North Korea was a dangerous blind spot. In 2018, as nuclear negotiations crept forward, a new opportunity appeared. Engineers had developed a small but powerful device that could intercept and relay encrypted communications if placed near the right nodes in North Korea's networks. It was not the kind of thing satellites or drones could deliver. Someone had to plant it by hand in the dead of night on hostile soil. That task fell to the most secretive warriors in the U.S. arsenal, SEAL Team 6. Officially known as the Naval Special Warfare Development Group, or DEVGRU, Team 6 was famous for the 2011 raid that killed Osama bin Laden. Within DEVGRU, the Red Squadron was selected. These men had a reputation for aggression and daring, the sort of operators who could be trusted with missions that bordered on impossible, but they would not go alone. To get ashore, they needed specialists in undersea infiltration. That role belonged to SEAL Delivery Vehicle Team 1, or SDV-1, based in Pearl Harbor. For decades, SDV-1 had mastered the art of piloting mini-submarines, or wet subs, that allowed SEALs to slip undetected beneath harbors and coastlines. The partnership of Red Squadron and SDV-1 created a hybrid task force, shooters trained for violence of action, and pilots trained for silent entry through the sea. Preparation began in late 2018 once President Trump personally signed the order. The SEALs were told that this mission was more politically sensitive than almost anything since the bin Laden raid. If things went wrong, they might not only be killed or captured, but could trigger a war between two nuclear powers. The rehearsals were relentless. In freezing waters off the American coast, SDV-1 crews practiced hours-long dives in mini-subs, while Red Squadron operators waited crammed in the back, soaked to the bone. They rehearsed surfacing, stripping out of diving gear, moving with weapons through rocky terrain, and then reversing the process under pressure. They tested the new listening device, learned light images for months, memorizing when small boats appeared, when lights flickered in villages, when tides left rocks exposed. It was the best they could do without drones overhead. Inside Red Squadron, the mood was serious but confident. These were men accustomed to operating in Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, places where firefights and raids were the daily rhythm of war. But North Korea was different. Here, failure could not be patched over by airstrikes or reinforcements. Capture would mean torture, show trials, and potentially the collapse of nuclear negotiations. The men joked grimly about being pawns in a geopolitical game, but the reality weighed on them. By early 2019, as Trump prepared for a summit with Kim in Vietnam, the plan was finalized. A nuclear-powered submarine, almost 2 football fields long, would carry the strike team into the waters off North Korea. From there, SDV-1 pilots would launch 2 wet subs, each carrying several Red Squadron operators. After 2 hours submerged in 40-degree water, the SEALs would surface near shore, swim in silently, plant the device, and return before dawn. It was a mission built on thin margins and absolute trust. Every man knew that even the smallest mistake, a noisy splash, a misplaced sub, a fisherman in the wrong place could unravel months of preparation. As February opened, the final order was given. Trump approved the launch. The submarine went dark, entering a communications blackout as it crept closer to enemy waters. In the belly of the vessel, the Red Squadron operators checked their gear one last time. Unmarked rifles, ammunition that could never be traced, dive equipment packed tight. The SDV-1 pilots reviewed navigation points, each second plotted against currents and tides. Hours later, the hatches opened. Cold water rushed in. The SEALs slid into their mini-subs, huddled in silence as the presidency began. A mission into darkness that demanded everything and promised nothing. The submarine crept through the Pacific depths, its nuclear engines throttled low to reduce noise. Every man aboard knew they were entering one of the most surveilled maritime zones in the world. North Korea stood the misery that awaited them. The ride would last nearly 2 hours in 40-degree water. Muscles would cramp, faces would burn with cold. Communication between subs would be hand signals and muffled radio clicks, nothing more. But all of that had been rehearsed. What had not been rehearsed was what would happen if anything unexpected appeared in their path. When the captain announced the final approach, the submarine entered total communications blackout. No one topside in Washington could reach them now. The operators exchanged quiet nods. This was it. The hatches opened, seawater flooding into the bay. One by one, the two mini-subs slid free of the mother vessel. Their small electric motors purred, barely louder than the ocean itself. The cockpit sealed, gauges flickered, and the pilots eased the craft into formation. Behind them, the submarine disappeared into the black, leaving only the faint trace of bubbles. Inside the wet subs, Red Squadron sat rigid, rifles pressed tight, eyes closed against the sting of salt water. They trusted the SDV-1 pilots, men who had spent careers mastering underwater infiltration. These pilots knew how to read sonar-like language, how to feel the pulse of the sea against the hull, how to navigate by nothing but compass and instinct. For an hour, the mini-subs crept forward. Through their night vision goggles, the SEALs could see little more than outlines of rocks and the faint glow of phosphorescent plankton. The coastline loomed closer. So far, the intelligence had been correct. No patrol boats, no radar sweeps, no lights on shore. But special operations missions live in the gap between prediction and reality. As the first sub settled onto the seafloor at the designated parking site, everything seemed on schedule. The second sub, however, overshot its mark. In the darkness, the pilot had misjudged the current. He was forced to circle back, turning the craft so that when it finally stopped, it faced the wrong direction. It was a small error, the kind of thing that could be corrected later, but in an operation where silence and precision meant survival, even small errors had weight. With time slipping away, the shore team decided not to wait. The sliding doors opened and the SEALs slipped into the frigid water. They kicked silently toward the surface, rifles slung tight, packs carrying the listening device tethered to their sides. Every few yards, they surfaced just enough to scan the horizon with goggles. Nothing. The shore appeared empty, just as intelligence had promised. They crawled onto the rocks, stripped out of their dive gear and checked weapons. Unmarked rifles, ammunition without stampings. Each man a ghost, armed for a mission that officially did not exist. Their target lay only a few hundred yards inland. If they moved quickly and quietly, they could install the device and vanish before anyone knew they had come. But the sea had other plans. Distance distorted by refraction, it seemed harmless. But from the perspective of the shore team, the boat was practically on top of the subs. In the dark, featureless sea, proximity became guesswork. With radios silent, no one could clarify the threat. The SEALs were on their own, forced to interpret the situation without command oversight. Was it a patrol deliberately searching for intruders? Or simply fishermen in the wrong place at the wrong time? A splash broke the tension. One of the North Koreans had entered the water. To the SEALs, this felt like discovery. Every operator knew the rule drilled into them for months. If compromised, abort immediately. But there was another rule, equally clear. No witnesses. If anyone saw them, the entire mission, and perhaps international stability itself, could collapse. The senior enlisted SEALs on shore raised his weapon. He did not need to speak. He simply centered his rifle and fired. Suppressed shots cracked the silence. Other SEALs followed instinctively, cutting down the figures on the boat before they could react. The silence of the sea was shattered. The mission had just entered a new phase, one no rehearsal could prepare them for. The suppressed gunfire snapped across the waves, short bursts that to any bystander might have sounded like nothing more than the sea breaking on rocks. But for the men on the beach, it was the sound of a mission collapsing. Their rifles lowered, eyes scanning, the SEALs felt the heavy truth settle. They had been forced to act. The rules had been drilled into them for months. If compromised, abort immediately. But aborting was not as simple as turning around. To survive, and to preserve the secrecy of the operation, they could not allow themselves to be seen. The boat that had drifted so close, its flashlights cutting across the surface, had become the single greatest threat to the entire mission. If those men had spotted the subs, or worse, seen armed Americans wading ashore, the fallout would have been immediate. Radio calls to shore, security alerts, and soon a swarm of soldiers converging on their position. The shore team swam fast toward the vessel. Their movements were sharp, hurried, driven by the urgency of the moment. When they climbed aboard, it became clear that the people they had shot were not uniformed troops. No weapons, no radios, no insignia. Just heavy wetsuits, primitive dive gear, and baskets. Shellfish divers. Civilians who had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. For a brief moment, there was silence. Some of the operators let the reality sink in. Their mission to plant a listening device had just turned into a desperate struggle to escape without triggering a war. They could not stay. The decision was immediate. Time lost here meant North Korean patrols had more chance to converge. If the divers had seen anything on detection by sonar and radar, or abandoned the men to fend for themselves, there was no hesitation. He ordered the vessel into shallower waters, throttling forward despite the danger. For long minutes, the SEALs clung to the wet subs, the black hull of the submarine finally looming above them like a wall of steel. Hatches opened, crew rushed to pull them in. The mini-subs were dragged back into their cradles, dripping as the last operator hauled himself through the hatch. The submarine wasted no time. Its engines surged, carrying it back into deeper waters. The mission was over. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy. The Red Squadron operators stripped out of soaked wetsuits, their bodies trembling from the hours in frigid water. The SDV-1 pilots sat in silence, replaying every detail. The overshoot on insertion, the repositioning maneuver, the cockpit lights. Each small deviation now seemed monumental. The debrief began almost immediately. What had gone wrong? Some argued that the boat had simply been bad luck, civilians in the wrong place at the worst possible time. Others pointed to the small mistakes, the misaligned subs, the decision to correct position with cockpit lights open. None of it changed the outcome. The device remained unplanted. The mission had failed. But beyond failure lay the greater question: what would the North Koreans conclude? Hours later, confirmation arrived from U.S. satellites. Activity along the coast had spiked. Convoys of trucks rolled toward the shoreline. Communications flared between local bases. Patrols fanned out into the water. But there were no public statements, no accusations, no threats of retaliation. The silence was unsettling. Perhaps Pyongyang believed its divers had drowned in an accident. Perhaps it suspected more, but chose not to escalate. Either way, the risk of exposure still loomed. Back in Washington, the timing was delicate. President Trump was days away from a summit with Kim Jong-un in Hanoi. Canceling would raise questions. Proceeding might risk walking into a trap if Kim knew what had happened. The White House chose the path of silence. The mission would not be acknowledged to Congress. No word would be shared with oversight committees. To the world, it had never taken place. For the operators, though, it could not be erased. Months of rehearsal, endless dives in cold seas, careful preparation all undone in a single encounter with a civilian boat. The knowledge weighed heavily. Special operations thrived on precision, yet here, despite all their skill, the margin for error had been razor thin. And yet, every man knew this was part of the game. Not every mission goes as planned. Sometimes the smallest chance encounter can unravel months of work. For every failure that leaks into the public eye, there are countless missions that succeed in silence operations that never make headlines, achievements hidden behind layers of classification. SEAL teams, Should units like SEAL Team 6 continue to shoulder such high-risk clandestine tasks, missions that could ignite international crises? Or should they be reserved for more traditional roles like direct action raids and hostage rescues? Within Red Squadron and SDV-1, the answer was simple. They had done their job. They had trained relentlessly, executed with discipline, and reacted as best they could when fate intervened. No mission was ever guaranteed. Not every plan survived contact with reality. Operators accepted that risk when they donned their gear. To them, what mattered most was that everyone had made it out alive. But in Washington, politics demanded a different calculus. Trump's administration kept the mission buried. No mention was made to the oversight committees. No acknowledgement was given to the families of the civilians who had been killed. And no lessons were shared with the broader public. On October 5, 2013, before dawn broke over the Somali coast, a team of elite U.S. special operators emerged from the Indian Ocean surf. Their objective was clear: conduct a precision raid on a high-value al-Shabaab target hiding in a well-defended building near the port town of Barawa. This was not a routine mission. It was approved at the highest levels of the U.S. government, a direct response to terror. Just weeks earlier, al-Shabaab militants had stormed Westgate Mall in Nairobi, killing 71 people in cold blood, including civilians from multiple nations. Among the dead were women and children trapped and executed in stores and cafes. Intelligence indicated that one of the key planners of that attack had fled south into Somalia. U.S. agencies had been tracking his movements, and the opportunity finally presented itself. A short window to strike him before he vanished again into the interior. The individual targeted in the raid was known to be a senior figure within al-Shabaab's Amniyat, the group's intelligence and external operations wing. He was described as a foreign fighter with deep operational ties, someone who trained militants, organized logistics, and coordinated attacks beyond Somalia's borders. This was not just another mid-level commander. His fingerprints were on international terror plots, including attempted attacks on Western embassies and infrastructure. The Westgate attack changed everything. Political pressure mounted. Interagency intelligence sharing intensified. The manhunt began. It started with fragments. Signals intelligence from U.S. and allied sources picked up unusual cell phone activity moving along the southern Somali coast. Intercepts from known al-Shabaab couriers hinted at a meeting near Barawa, a known stronghold and port used for arms smuggling and foreign fighter transit. Surveillance aircraft began persistent pattern-of-life monitoring, tracking foot traffic, vehicles, and power usage. Drones identified a walled compound near the beach with reinforced walls, armed sentries, and limited civilian movement. The building's security posture didn't match the surrounding structures. Then came human intelligence. Reports from Somali assets indicating that a high-value foreign operative had recently arrived in the town accompanied by a tight group of loyal fighters. The descriptions matched the man responsible for Westgate. There was no time to wait. The target was considered mobile. The longer they delayed, the greater the chance he would vanish inland. The tasking went to a Tier 1 special mission unit with extensive experience in high-risk, limited-footprint maritime operations. Members of Red Squadron, a seasoned assault troop within that unit, were selected for the mission. They trained and rehearsed for days, going over schematics, entry points, known defenses, escape plans, and contingencies. But the approach would be one of the hardest parts. Amphibious infiltration under cover of darkness. The team would swim in from offshore, carrying gear and explosives, landing silently near the target building before launching the assault. Every movement would be silent, every mistake potentially fatal. Quick pause before we continue. If you're enjoying the video so far and want to support the channel, consider becoming a member. You'll get some awesome perks like exclusive content, early access to videos, and more. Just hit the join button below or check the description, and Special Ops 6 is now live. If you're into elite gear, field-ready morale patches, and real operator culture, this is for you. Tap the link in the description or head to the channel and click the store link. Join the team, grab your gear, and support the mission, and let's get back to it. The team entered the water under complete blackout. Swimming through a slaughterhouse runoff, they pushed toward the beach through shark-infested, polluted water. Visibility was near zero. Every fin stroke mattered. This wasn't training, the stakes were real. The men pushed through exhaustion, emerged on shore, and silently assembled at the breach point. Intel had described the structure as a beachside house where the target watched TV and relaxed. That intelligence would soon prove dangerously optimistic. The reality on the ground was different. The target compound wasn't a bungalow. It was a fortress reinforced, windowless from the outside, and constructed for defense. The team scaled the outer gate silently, disabling early warning systems rigged with string lines and wires. But the moment they moved toward the main entry, they were engaged from the rooftop. Automatic fire erupted from above. One round glanced off a team member's helmet, narrowly missing a kill shot. The compound lit up. The defenders had been expecting this, and they were ready. Inside, the doors were barricaded, reinforced, solid. The operators had charges prepared, but even that wouldn't make entry easy. The building was walled shut. There were no visible hinges, no handles, nothing to grab. It was a designed kill box. As the team moved up to assault the front, a figure inside unleashed a torrent of automatic fire through the door. Splinters and tracer rounds lit the night. The team split to either side, caught in a deadly standoff. One operator prepped a breaching charge under fire, timing it between bursts. He knew he couldn't stand and run. He would have to eat the blast. With no cover, no corners, and no second chances, he stuck the charge and detonated it at close range. The door didn't blow open, it blew apart. Barely. A hole waist-high was punched through the structure, but what lay behind was worse. A sandbagged fighting position with a belt-fed machine gunner laying down constant fire down the hall. Grenades began coming through the hole from inside. Accurate, controlled, the team was now stuck between the gate and the structure, taking fire from multiple directions. One operator attempted to crawl through the blown opening, believing his teammate had already gone in alone. He was pulled back by his team leader. Above them, another team was fighting on the second story, facing the same storm of bullets and chaos. The rooftop team was also engaged from multiple angles, and the worst was yet to come. A Somali QRF, Quick Reaction Force, friendly to Al-Shabaab, was en route. Technicals, pickup trucks with mounted weapons, were racing toward the compound. Time was gone. The mission had shifted from capture to survive and exfil. The only exit was the same as their entry. Straight back out the gate, directly through the line of fire. The team began prepping one final overpressure charge, using the last remaining breaching explosive in a final effort to suppress the enemy. Grenades were traded, ammunition was low, concussion and fragmentation had taken their toll. The call was made. Exfil was coming. They would launch one final blast, suppress the belt-fed, and run for their lives. The mission had shifted. What began as a presidentially approved capture operation had turned into a fight for survival. The operators were trapped. The courtyard was hot with gunfire from multiple directions. Every second spent outside the target building invited another burst from inside. Belt-fed fire cutting across the entry point, and grenades launched with practiced accuracy. To make matters worse, enemy reinforcements were closing in. Al-Shabaab's QRF, riding and technicals, was now confirmed inbound. There was no time left. The operators had one choice: blast a path out or die trying. The team leader gave the order, prepped the last overpressure breaching charge, a massive concussion device normally reserved for hardened barricades. The blast radius would be severe. The team had no solid cover, but with defenders dug in and the exit point locked down by fire, it was their only chance. Operators on the line did the math in their heads. Distance, overpressure, fragmentation. They'd trained for this, and they knew the risks. One man leaned out, eyes barely exposed beyond the wall, trying to get a final look at the enemy position. He spotted the muzzle flash. Timing had to be perfect. They launched the charge, a T-bomb, manually thrown across the kill zone. It was caught midair, unwrapped on the fly, armed, and thrown forward into the enemy's position. 3 seconds. 2, 1. The compound shook. The blast wave knocked the breacher completely off the porch. Ears went numb. Pressure punched through chests. The hallway was torn open, enough to disrupt the machine gunner's position for just a second. That second was all they needed. The only way out was straight through the kill zone, the same way they came in, directly in line with the sandbag gunner. Still alive, still firing. One by one, the team ran the gauntlet. The gate was blocked. There was no time to unlock it. One of the largest men on the team lowered his shoulder and blasted through, snapping the gate wide open with brute force. The team surged through, under fire. Tracer rounds chewed up the wall behind them. They never stopped firing back, covering their teammates as they moved. No one slowed down, no one turned around. Despite taking concussive hits from the charge, every operator made it out of the compound. But the mission wasn't over. Now came the most dangerous part of all: the sea. The extract platform was waiting offshore. Rigid-hulled boats and jet skis meant to get the team back to a mothership operating in international waters. But the surf was brutal. Waves capsized platforms. Zodiac boats flipped. In the confusion, some team members became separated in the dark. Operators began swimming for their lives. Some wrapped tow lines around their wrists to be dragged out by boats. One man was spun so violently, he dislocated his shoulder and lost use of his arm mid-swim. When he tried again with the other arm, it dislocated too. Now he was floating disabled in full kit in open water. Another operator was thrown from a jet ski with such force that it damaged his hip sockets. He couldn't kick, couldn't move. He had to be towed dead weight by his swim buddy. Others turned on infrared strobes, signaling pickup points. The chaos was total. Waves, shouting, spinning propellers, equipment floating away, and the looming threat of enemy fire. Eventually, all surviving team members were pulled aboard recovery craft. They returned to the mothership bruised, battered, and burned, but alive. Once back on board, medics began immediate triage. Operators were stripped of their gear. Their bodies were covered in metal fragments, not embedded but coating their skin. Eyes, ears, even between fingers and underbody armor. Shrapnel dust, a fine metallic mist from grenades and walls torn apart. Everyone was severely concussed, hearing loss, headaches, disorientation, but miraculously none of the fragments had pierced vital organs. As one operator later put it, it was like God said, "Not today." Despite the ferocity of the fight, the high-value target was not captured. It remains unclear whether he was killed in the compound or escaped during the chaos. For political reasons, the team had been ordered to bring him back alive, a rare constraint in a target like this. But in Somalia, when a man refuses to surrender and his building becomes a fortress, capture becomes nearly impossible. The operators were ready to risk their lives to get him. They built plans around it. But there are moments in combat where the mission must change, where survival takes priority. This was one of those nights. One of the key takeaways from Barawa was the gap between intelligence reporting and ground truth. The target building was described in intel reports as a beachside residence where the suspect watched TV and relaxed. Nothing suggested a hardened stronghold with rooftop defenses, machine gun nests, and layered barricades. But that's exactly what the operators found. A building designed to channel attackers into kill zones. The contrast between what was expected and what was real nearly cost lives. It reinforced a hard truth in special operations. No plan survives first contact, and even the best prepared mission can turn to chaos in seconds. The Barawa raid wasn't a failure, it was a harsh lesson. It exposed al-Shabaab's tactical evolution, their ability to prepare for direct action raids, and the real dangers of urban combat in denied environments. It also revealed the limitations of intelligence. The enemy had learned, they built traps, they trained defenders, they weren't just hiding, they were waiting. Despite the challenges every operator made at home, that alone is a success. But the target remained at large. The war on terror had shifted. The men who fought in Barawa knew it, and they knew they'd be back. Remember to like, subscribe, and comment so you don't miss out. Afghanistan, December 2012. Dr. Dilip Joseph wasn't a soldier. He wasn't carrying a weapon. He was an American humanitarian, working with an NGO to bring medical care to remote villages in eastern Afghanistan. That morning, he and two Afghan colleagues had finished their visit to a rural clinic in the mountains of Laghman province. They were headed back toward Kabul in an unarmored vehicle. No military escort, no backup. They had done this before many times without issue, but this time, they never made it back. A group of Taliban fighters ambushed their vehicle. The road was isolated, surveillance was minimal, and the Taliban were waiting. The men were ordered out of the car at gunpoint, searched, blindfolded, and marched off the road, disappearing into the hills. The kidnappers quickly realized they had a high-value hostage, an American doctor. He was separated from his colleagues and moved through a network of hideouts in the mountainous terrain of Kargahi district. For Dr. Joseph, the ordeal was just beginning. For the U.S. military, a race against time had just begun. When the report came in an American civilian kidnapped by the Taliban, the U.S. Embassy and military command sprang into action. The clock was ticking. With every hour, the risk of Dr. Joseph being executed, moved to Pakistan, or used as a bargaining chip grew. JSOC Joint Special Operations Command took the lead. Within hours, intelligence assets were mobilized. Drones, SIGINT, and informant networks worked to triangulate his location. Intercepted communications indicated that he was being held in a mud-walled compound in the mountains guarded by heavily armed Taliban fighters. No one knew how long he would stay in one place. The risk of him being moved or killed was extremely high. A decision was made. This would not be a negotiation. This would be a rescue. The mission was assigned to DEVGRU, more commonly known as SEAL Team 6. Among the operators preparing for deployment were Petty Officer First Class Nicholas Cheke and Senior Chief Edward Byers, Jr. Both were highly experienced. Both had participated in multiple high-risk missions across Iraq and Afghanistan, and both knew the danger of hostage rescues. Small rooms, close quarters, enemy shooters with fingers on the trigger, one mistake, and the hostage could be dead in seconds. Their job was to go in fast, eliminate the threat, and bring the hostage home. The team began rehearsing their approach and assault, working from satellite imagery and whatever intel they had. The building was primitive mud walls, likely one large room, maybe two. 5 to 6 guards, no margin for error. Late at night, under complete darkness, a MH-47 helicopter lifted off carrying the SEALs. They flew low over the rugged landscape of eastern Afghanistan, dodging detection. The landing zone was miles from the target, a deliberate choice to reduce noise and visibility. Once on the ground, the team began a fast, stealthy movement across rocky terrain. Fully geared, each man carried night vision, body armor, weapons, breaching tools, and medical kits. The hike took hours. It was freezing. The night was silent. Finally, they approached the compound. They were less than 100 feet away when the mission changed. A Taliban guard spotted movement. He raised the alarm. The SEALs now had seconds to act before the hostage could be harmed. Petty Officer Nicholas Cheke was first through the entrance. A doorway covered by thick blankets meant to muffle sound and block light. He burst in, immediately encountering hostile fire. He was hit. The rest of the team surged forward. Senior Chief Edward Byers followed Cheke into the darkness, rifle at the ready, heart pounding. Inside the room was chaos. 5 armed fighters, 1 hostage. No lights, no space. Byers had seconds to assess, decide, and act. As the SEALs breached the doorway, chaos exploded inside the small compound. The room was barely lit, just enough for night vision to give ghost-like images of shadowy figures moving in a blur. Dust, gunfire, screams. Petty Officer Nicholas Cheke had led the charge, crashing through the entrance. He took fire immediately from close range. Hit badly, he collapsed inside the room. Seconds behind him, Senior Chief Edward Byers entered. What he did next would become one of the most heroic moments in modern special operations history. There were at least 5 Taliban fighters inside the room. One was reaching for a weapon. Another was yelling commands. A third moved toward a shape in the corner, Dr. Dilip Joseph. Byers didn't hesitate. He shot the first enemy he encountered. In one movement, he tackled another fighter who was lunging toward the hostage, wrestling him to the ground and holding him down by the throat. Then he heard something, a voice in English. Byers called out, demanding the hostage identify himself. A voice answered from the corner. "It's me. I'm here. I'm the doctor." Byers rushed over, throwing his body across Dr. Joseph to shield him from stray bullets or suicide vests. Anything. At that point, the room was still not secure. A Taliban fighter suddenly rose up behind Byers. Another SEAL quickly fired, eliminating the threat. In the middle of this storm, Dr. Joseph clung to life beneath Byers, protected by a man he had never met. With all threats neutralized, the SEALs swept the rest of the building and confirmed no additional combatants remained. The hostage was alive and miraculously uninjured, but one of their own was down, Petty Officer Nicholas Cheke. Time was critical. As one team worked on stabilizing the hostage, others rushed to assist Cheke. He was badly wounded and unresponsive. The decision was made to extract immediately. A medevac was called, and the team began a fast exfil under night cover. The helicopter ride out of the valley was silent. Dr. Joseph sat stunned, still processing what had happened. Beside him, a SEAL medic worked furiously to save Cheke's life. Despite their efforts, Petty Officer Nicholas Cheke was pronounced dead shortly after arrival at Bagram Air Base. He was 28 years old, a highly trained operator, a warrior who had charged into darkness to save a man he never knew. His sacrifice made the mission a success. Dr. Joseph survived. Because of Cheke, because of Byers, because of an entire team willing to risk everything. Dr. Dilip Joseph was safely returned to his family after several days of debriefing and medical evaluation. He later published a memoir titled Kidnapped by the Taliban, describing his ordeal and the incredible bravery of the men who rescued him. But for the SEAL community, the price was deeply personal. Nicholas Cheke was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross, one of the highest awards for valor in combat. His courage in breaching the room under fire, knowing the risk, saved lives. Senior Chief Edward Byers was awarded the Medal of Honor. In 2016, President Obama presented him the medal, noting his extraordinary heroism, tactical skill, and composure under fire. Byers became one of the few living recipients of the Medal of Honor in the global war on terror. He was the second Navy SEAL ever to receive the Medal of Honor for actions in Afghanistan. In the years since, the story of that mission has inspired many. But most of what happened, how the intel was gathered, the movements of the team, the names of other operators will remain classified. Remember to like, subscribe, and comment so you don't miss out.